How could you think of an old woman having a baby? Ashley, a blonde girl of 13, stood on the porch of the school and watched as her friend Emily, who was in the same class as her, talked to her older brother. Ashley dreamed now of being in her classmate's shoes and having a conversation with the guy. The girl had fallen in love with her friend's brother Jason last year, and she didn't even realize how it happened. Ashley just woke up one day with thoughts of this teenager, and after that she thought about the guy all the time. As soon as the girl realized that she had fallen in love, she started giving signs of attention to the high schooler. She planted unsigned love notes, but soon she, as a secret admirer, was exposed, and ridicule from Jason's buddy followed. Ashley felt strongly about it at the time. However, her mother Mary, who knew about her daughter's crush, told her to keep her mind off the guy. You're still young, and it's far away. You're not in love, just a crush. As time passes, you'll laugh at your own crush. But a year had passed, and Ashley was still in love with Jason. And now she was standing there watching Emily's friend talking to her brother. Ashley, watching the conversation between the two, dreamed about how her lover would come to her and confess his feelings to her. The girl noticed her friend and her brother heading towards her. Ashley felt a slight shiver go down her spine. She tried to pull herself together. In the meantime, the pair approached her, and Jason said with a good-natured smile, "Hey you need to grow up a little." And then, looking back at the older kids, maybe you're expecting those words from me. But my sister has already told me that you are withering from unrequited love. Ashley, hearing those words, shuddered involuntarily, as if from a blow. The girl looked at her friend reproachfully, and then she turned and ran away. At the moment, she didn't care that she was acting like a cranky little girl. Ashley was annoyed by her lover's words. She was also hurt that her friend was secretly talking to her brother about her. Ashley ran and heard Emily asking her to stop and talk. However, the girl was not responding to her mate's cries. Ashley wanted to run home now, lock herself in her room, and let the tears flow, which soon happened. When the girl calmed down, she made a vow to herself that she would not talk to her friend again, and she also promised herself that she would tear her love for Jason out of her heart and would not look in his direction again. And when Mary's mother came home from work, Ashley pronounced to her, "I don't hang out with Emily anymore. So if she comes over, just tell her I'm not here." "What'd you get?" "It's no big deal. You'll make up in a couple days. By the way, what was the fight about? What was it about?" "It's a long conversation. Emily's a traitor." "That's a pretty big thing to say. You can't make such serious accusations against a man, especially since Emily is your friend. Why don't you tell me what happened?" Mary said affectionately and sat down next to her daughter. Ashley looked at her mother carefully, then excitedly told her what had happened. The woman listened to her daughter, and then she patted her head and said softly, "Your friend cares about you. She wanted to do you a good favor. Emily thought that talking to her brother about you might help draw the boy's attention to you. But what her friend didn't realize was that you can't command the heart. If Jason doesn't care about you, there's nothing you can do about it." Mary paused for a moment. Then, with a sad sigh, she said, "You surprised me, daughter. I thought you weren't thinking about Jason anymore. You're getting a little secretive. Or is it my own fault that I don't notice anything but work?" "Mom, don't say that," Ashley said. "I'm not hiding anything from you, I just don't want to worry you. You really work so hard that I don't want you to worry about me. Taking care of you is the best part for me. You're the only one I've got. And you have to work hard for one simple reason: you need money. Your grandparents on my side of the family are long gone. Your father divorced me 2 years ago and forgot about the obligation to pay child support. And your grandparents on your daddy's side don't need you. Why not? You see, daughter, in some families it happens that parents have 2 children and one child becomes the favorite. That's what happened in your daddy's family. He didn't become a favorite from mom and dad, and as a result, they don't need you as a granddaughter. If before the divorce with your father they still congratulated you on your birthday, now it does not happen. And you know it yourself. Mom, you always told me that you and Dad got divorced because that's how life works. How does it happen? her daughter asked her mother in a low voice. Ashley had longed to know the answer, but there had never been the right occasion for such a conversation. Mary sighed softly, put her arm around her and said, "You're getting older and older every day, and I don't even notice it. Well, I'll answer your question. Your father fell in love with another woman who gave him a child, the son he dreamed of. So he made a choice, but not in our direction. Just don't blame him or judge him. Life is complicated. You'll realize that later." After talking to her mom, Ashley felt a lot better. She even took her mind off the fact that she was upset with her friend. The girl kept thinking about the relationship between her parents, and also pondered how she would act in her mother's situation. And in the evening, when Emily called to apologize, Ashley interrupted her and said that she was no longer offended. But she added, "Now it's nothing personal. I won't trust you, or you'll tell the whole world." Time moved on, and now Ashley was 16. The New Year's Eve ball was coming up. The girl carefully thought over her closet for these holidays. She hoped that her friend's brother would come to the ball. Ashley told Emily that she had invited Jason to the event, and Ashley, against all odds, secretly continued to love Jason all this time. And now the girl is already in the auditorium where the New Year's Eve ball has begun. She looks around, hoping to see her lover. Ashley nervously corrects the gatherings on her cornflower-colored dress. The girl had seen this outfit in the store a long time ago, and her mother went to meet her needs and bought it without paying for utilities. Ashley knew about all this, and when the purchase was made, she was nervous because she knew how sensitive they were to late payments. But she wasn't thinking about that now. She wanted to see Jason and to win him over with her appearance. For some reason, she was sure that would happen. Ashley was not fooled in her expectations. Slow music started playing and the DJ announced a white dance. A classmate approached the girl to ask her to dance. Ashley smilingly wanted to point out that the ladies were now choosing the suitors while agreeing, as she suddenly noticed Jason, who had just walked into the auditorium with a buddy. Ashley smiled at her classmate and bluntly refused the offer to dance. The girl fixed her blonde curls, headed toward Jason, walked up to the young man, smiled radiantly, and spoke amiably. "Perhaps tonight your highness will indulge us in a dance at the New Year's Eve ball." Jason looked at the girl, although he saw her at school every day, but on weekdays she seemed to him to be an ordinary schoolgirl who was not different from her peers. Basically, the guy just didn't pay attention to Ashley. But at that moment, she stood in front of him, as if she were a chic woman who had stepped off the cover of a fashion magazine. Jason looked at Ashley and couldn't understand how in one day she could transform herself so much. He couldn't help but voice his thoughts aloud. "You're like a fairy tale, from an ugly duckling to a beautiful swan. I can't believe I'm standing in front of Ashley, the same Ashley who's been bugging me for years with her crushes. Are you going to grumble or dance with me when the music stops?" he said with a smile. Ashley didn't say anything else, but simply stepped toward Jason. Soon the couple was dancing. Ashley couldn't believe that she was being embraced by the man she'd dreamed of for so many years, that he would notice her in some way. And Jason continued to marvel at how much his sister's friend had changed. The dance ended. Ashley hurried over to Emily. Jason tried to hold her back, but she just smiled back and headed toward her friend. Emily winked at her friend, but she waved back and sat down on a bench. The music in the room was energetic. Ashley watched the dancers and occasionally glanced at Jason, who was also watching her. At one point she looked at the guy again, but he was gone. She looked around confused as she suddenly heard the DJ's announcement. "This beautiful tune one man dedicates to a beautiful girl named Ashley and asks her to dance." Before Ashley realized what was being said, Jason appeared in front of her and held out his hand. Jason offered to dance again, and soon the couple was dancing to a beautiful melody. They danced together more than once that night, and when the New Year's Eve ball was over, Jason volunteered to walk them home. The couple walked down the snowy road, holding hands. At first they were silent, unable to find the right words. But when they reached the girl's house, Jason suddenly turned Ashley toward him and said quietly, "Will you be my girlfriend?" Ashley laughed, then showed her boyfriend her tongue and hurried toward the house. Jason frowned. "I don't see what's so funny. I'm serious." After he said that, The girl stopped and then walked leisurely back toward Jason. Once next to him, she looked into his eyes and whispered, "Do you know how much I want to tell you right now? How long have I waited for you to notice me? I've endured your friends' taunts, your condescending attitude toward me, as if I were a juvenile who couldn't be taken seriously. And now you're just offering to be your girlfriend. How do I know tomorrow it won't be another joke to amuse my friends?" "Ashley, what are you talking about?" "Yeah, there was a time when I made fun of you, but this is serious. I really want you to be my girlfriend, and I promise that no one will hurt you now." Ashley smiled, waved, and headed home. Jason didn't stop her. Once inside, the girl was greeted by Mary's mother, who saw who was seeing her daughter off. Mary asked how the ball had gone, but all she heard in response was, "Fine." The woman came over and hugged her daughter gently, but Ashley suddenly snuggled into her shoulder and cried. Mary held her tighter against her, and when she calmed down a little, she said softly, "Jason's been paying attention to you. And you don't believe him? Or is there another reason you're crying?" For you, Jason was like conquering a summit. Ashley was going for it. And this is the finale. What's he got going for him? Mammoth, what are you saying? I really love Jason. What finale? Ashley shouted indignantly and broke free from her mother's embrace. It was at that moment that the mother realized that her daughter had actually fallen in love with the guy. The woman only softly mouthed in response, "That's how you know what the feeling is. Look, just don't lose your head." The next day, Jason met Ashley after school and then walked her home. And from that day on, the two began to see each other differently. They tried to meet at every spare moment to be together. A month later, Jason confessed his love for the girl. Time passed, and Jason graduated from high school, after which he was soon drafted into the army. Ashley knew perfectly well that the lover initially wants to serve, wait until he turns 18, and after that to sign. The girl was not against the decision of the chosen one. Especially the decision of the guy pleased Jason's parents and Ashley's mother, who wanted the young people not to hurry with a trip to the registry office. Jason served and returned home. He enrolled in college and Ashley was in the 11th grade. Young people continued to meet and dreamed that soon they would become a married couple, which soon happened. As soon as the girl graduated from high school and she turned 18, the couple legalized the relationship. Ashley enrolled in college at the commodity manager. The newlyweds moved in with Mary. The woman insisted on it. Life itself slowly flowed further. Initially graduated from the school Jason, who got a job immediately on specialty. Afterward, Ashley received a specialty. She, too, got a job. Now the young woman dreamed that they had a child. But several years passed, and she could not get pregnant. Ashley became anxious about it. She was examined, as well as her husband, and soon Ashley received the verdict that she and her husband had different Rh factors, and it would be difficult to conceive a child. The doctor also added, "In your case, getting pregnant under this circumstance will not be easy. I can add that the probability of conceiving a baby is equated to 20% out of 100. However, you can do IVF. That is my advice to you." Ashley was dumbfounded by the doctor's news, but she didn't lose hope and offered her husband to do the required procedure. The young woman piously believed that her spouse would agree to it, but Jason took the proposal of his wife in the bayonet. The man responded by saying everything should be like a normal married couple, without the intervention of any newfangled procedures. Ashley had a hard time with her spouse's answer, but she didn't want to contradict it. She still hoped that the doctors might have made a mistake. The young woman had even enrolled in medical school by correspondence. Ashley now wanted to become a midwife to figure out for herself why she could not get pregnant from her loved one. However, due to the fact that the lady could not conceive a child, scandals began to occur in the family. Jason, if initially veiledly accused his wife that she could not have children, then soon began to openly accuse the chosen one that she was empty. All the excuses of Ashley, who said that she could not get pregnant not only because of her fault, were reduced to zero. Jason blamed only his wife. Soon the man began to stay late at work. Ashley was worried, nervous. She did not want to lose her favorite person. However, family life imperceptibly shipwrecked, and one day Jason came home and began to pack his things. Ashley watched her husband in silence at first, and then she mumbled, "What are you doing?" "Can't you see? I'm leaving you. I have a woman. I'm sorry, she's expecting a baby. You have to realize we're not right for each other. It happens. I'm sorry. But we've only been together 4 years. Other couples have been together for decades and they don't have kids. And then a baby is born. Maybe you're right. But there's one thing. There's another woman expecting a baby from me, and she doesn't have to wait 10 years to get pregnant. Ashley and Jason should get a divorce, as each of them would be better off with a separate life. I'm sorry, but I have to explain to you the simple truth when you yourself understand everything perfectly well, the woman replied quietly, realizing that it was pointless to hold her husband back. He had made up his mind. Ashley looked sadly at her spouse after these words and left the house. She didn't want to see the man she loved packing his things to leave for good, which soon happened. A month passed after Jason left his wife. During that time, he came to Ashley's house only once to pick up the rest of his belongings and to tell her that he had filed for divorce. Ashley took it calmly, realizing that nothing could be changed. She only wished her ex-husband a happy farewell. Time passed. 3 years passed after the divorce. During this time, Ashley graduated from medical school, got a job in a hospital. Personal life of a young woman did not add up, although representatives of the stronger sex tried to look after her. However, Ashley was indifferent to the attention of men. Her mother was worried about this and repeatedly said, "Daughter, you can't do this. You do not think about your personal life. So many years have passed after the divorce, and you do not even want to accept the courtship of a decent man. I'm talking about Max, who lives across the street. He's been trying to get your attention for months. And you're not paying attention, Mom, you're not paying attention. Can we not start your favorite topic about my personal life?" Ashley said irritably and looked at her mother reproachfully. Mary shook her head sadly in response. A little over a month after her conversation with her mother, Ashley was coming home after work. She wondered if she really should accept her neighbor's advances. The woman went over the merits of her beau in her mind. Ashley was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't immediately hear the question. She looked at the brunette and said softly, "Yes, did you say something?" "I asked you where Takaya Street 63 was. You're going the wrong way. You need to turn left, and then a few houses later, another left." After that, Ashley was interrupted by a laughing stranger. "I've never been sent this far in my life. Why don't you have some time and draw me a route on a piece of paper?" "I'd rather walk you than draw it," Ashley said with a smile. "Can I really expect such a beautiful woman to be my guide? This is my lucky day, and I have good luck in all things," exclaimed the stranger cheerfully. Ashley didn't answer, turned the other way and walked away. The man followed her, telling her why he was in this town. From the story of the new acquaintance, who introduced himself as Alex, Ashley learned that he came here for construction, rented a place on an ad, and earned a little money. Ashley also learned that Alex was married when he was 30 years old, but the family life did not work out, and he and his wife separated by mutual consent. Hearing about the divorce, Ashley involuntarily remembered the breakup with her ex-husband. She thought that she had no relationship left with Jason after the divorce. The ex-spouse had simply packed up and disappeared from her life. The woman only heard news about him from his sister. Thinking about it, Ashley smiled sadly, which didn't escape her new acquaintance. "Why are you sad?" "I guess I'm not a good conversationalist," he said. "It's all right, we're almost there. Now you need to turn into the alley, and there you will find the right house. We are happy to help you. Let's say goodbye." "Wait, I'm not ready to let you go right away," Jason said. "Why don't you let me meet you? Or is there another way? I'll have fun now, and then you can take me to a better cafe where we can continue talking. I have to work today and I'm a little tired." "Yes, and you from the road need a break." "Whatever you say," Ashley said. "Let me give you my phone number and we'll call tomorrow and you can tell me where to go. One more thing. Why don't we go back to being on a first-name basis?" "Okay," she replied politely, then dictated her phone number and waved her hand to her new acquaintance. She turned around and hurried home. When Ashley got home, her mother came to her and anxiously asked why she was late after work. The woman hugged her mother affectionately and told her about the encounter. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Mary exclaimed fearfully. "Were you sensible when you went with a stranger alone to see him off? What if this man was a criminal, and it was a planned operation to rob you, or even worse?" "Mom, don't panic," Ashley stopped her. "We live in the 21st century. First of all, I'm not beautiful enough to make a man want me at first sight. Second, I don't look like I have a lot of money. You can see it in my clothes, I don't wear brand name clothes. And third, Jason doesn't look like a gangster. I hope you're convinced by my arguments." Still, it was reckless. Mary sighed. "Promise me you won't do it again." "I will, Mommy," she said with a smile and hugged her mother. A few days later, Ashley met with Jason. The couple chose a small, cozy cafe to talk. The young people made an order, and then Jason asked her how things were going on the personal front. She laughed contagiously when she heard the question, and Jason was puzzled by it. "Your question about my personal life was inappropriate for the situation," Ashley explained. "If I had a boyfriend or was married, would I be sitting with you right now? Of course not. Let's just say that I was married at one time. But it didn't work out for the same reasons you are. We drifted apart. So I'm waiting for my prince to appear on the horizon. Could that be you?" "I don't know. It's too early to tell," Jason said. "It's only the second time we've seen each other. And we don't know each other. I want to tell you right away that I'm not going to get you into bed right now. Sex isn't the most important thing to me when I'm with a woman, although I don't deny that it's important too." "That's honesty," Ashley said thoughtfully and turned the conversation to another direction. After that date, the couple began to call and see each other frequently. 2 months after meeting Jason, Ashley introduced him to her mother. Mary was charmed by her daughter's gallant suitor and informed Ashley about it. "I like Jason myself. I think I'm in love." "That's wonderful." Her daughter smiled. "Has he proposed yet?" "No, he just said that I was his one and only. But you know that men are ready for beautiful words just to get into bed. I'm more interested in actions, not sweet talk." "Then I'll talk to him about it," Mary decided. "But don't do that. I'm going to be 30 in a couple years. Do you want to organize my personal life for me?" Mary smiled at her daughter's words. She didn't say anything in response. However, the older woman took it upon herself to talk to Jason about it. When Jason came to visit again, the landlady offered to have a private conversation with her under a plausible pretext. Jason was surprised by Mary's request. Soon the older woman and the man were sitting in the kitchen while Ashley ran to the store at that moment. Mary had specifically asked her daughter to go get the hammer so she could be alone with Jason. And as soon as Ashley closed the door behind her, the lady of the house asked, "Man, are you going to live your life as a guest? I mean, do you intend to marry your daughter? Are you just going to take me on like that?" Jason replied, bewildered, not expecting a conversation on the subject. In the meantime, Mary asked tricky questions that were directed in one direction only when Jason would propose. Jason's answers were slurred. Then he rose abruptly from his chair and said firmly, "I love your daughter, but can she and I decide when we should marry? I respect you, but I just didn't want to be told what to do and when to do it." "Jason, I'm not interfering with your relationship. It's just that you're not seeing the basics. You don't see Ashley changing from the unknown. I get the impression that your daughter is beginning to doubt your feelings for her." "Are you serious?" Jason asked, puzzled. "I couldn't be more serious. You talk to her about marriage, and then you'll understand," she said with a sad smile. A few days passed after that conversation. Mary was glowing in the kitchen. She knew that today her daughter should come with her boyfriend after work. The older woman cooked pilaf that day and pondered how much longer it would take Jason to propose. The landlady had set a table in the hall. She didn't like to huddle in the kitchen when guests came over. At the moment, Jason was still a guest to her, since he was not a groom. Mary put the plates on the table as she heard the front door open. The woman hurried into the hallway, where she saw her daughter entering with Jason. The man politely greeted the lady of the house and then handed a bouquet of scarlet roses with the words, "I have proposed to Ashley and she has agreed to be my other half. Now it's up to you. We want to hear you say your blessing." "Who else among us is taking the bait?" said the old woman with a grin in response. She winked conspiratorially at the man, which embarrassed him, for he remembered that he had recently addressed that word to the lady of the house. Meanwhile, Mary smiled cordially and said, "Of course, I bless you. You young people have pleased me today. I hope that soon I will hear the guests shouting bitter." "You won't hear that, because we will quietly sign without any celebration. We're not 18 years old enough to have a big party," Ashley said quietly, glancing at the groom as if to suggest that he agree with her. Jason did. Soon the marriage took place. Jason came to live with his wife. Ashley was happy that she had found her happiness as a woman because she truly loved Jason. Her husband reciprocated. Mary, looking at the newlyweds, only wished them long happiness and health. Imperceptibly after the wedding, 2 years flew by. The couple occasionally had a few misunderstandings between them, but it concerned all everyday things, something Ashley didn't have time to do around the house or Jason. And at such times the couple expressed their discontent with each other. But such spats were settled the same day, and the couple went to bed reconciled. Ashley was satisfied with everything in her life except one thing: she couldn't get pregnant. Every day she called herself an outcast more and more often. One day, coming home after her shift, she walked into her bedroom, threw herself on the bed, and burst into bitter tears. Her mother came to the crying and sat down next to her daughter. The elderly woman guessed the cause of her tears. She stroked her daughter's head affectionately and said quietly, "Why are you getting upset? Don't cry, my girl. Apparently it's not yet your time to be a mom." "What are you talking about? What time is it?" "I'm already 30. Soon I won't even know what pregnancy is. I know labor is when a baby is born. But what if my husband comes a year from now and tells me he has a woman expecting a child with him? I've been there before. What do you say to that, Mom?" "First of all, calm down. Don't think about your ex-husband. He probably didn't love you enough to look outside of you. And as for Jason, he's not that kind of man. Jason loves you. I can see the way he looks at you and would do anything to make you happy with him. If he's willing to do anything, why not get checked out by the doctors? I've told him that more than once, and Jason just looks at me with sadness," Ashley tearfully told her mother. "He looks that way because it's impossible to talk to you about this topic. Jason actually wants to get a checkup. There's nothing wrong with his health. But he's not talking about it for one reason only. Jason's worried that you're stressing yourself out about not being pregnant. That's your reason. Think about it. Why is your husband keeping quiet about the checkup?" Ashley stopped crying after her mother's words and thought for a moment. She was silent for a while, thinking about what she had heard, and then she turned to her mother, suddenly buried her face in her chest and said quietly, "You can't imagine how bitter I feel now. I thought I was suffering alone. But it turns out that you are also worried about me. And also, Mom, it's getting harder for me to go to work every day. Let's take today's case, for example. We had a young girl admitted a few days ago. She just turned 18. She gave birth to a boy today. And now she's giving up her son because her boyfriend doesn't want children. You know how jealous I am. You can't even imagine. She's lucky enough to be a mom. Even in a situation where her boyfriend doesn't want kids. I'd have a baby if I were her. I'd give the guy my resignation." That's what I told her today. But she told me to stay out of her personal life. "Daughter, don't try that girl's situation on yourself. You have your life, she has hers. Now try to just calm down or Jason will come over and worry about you." "Okay, thanks for the support." "I needed it," her daughter said quietly. Life slowly moved on. It had been 3 years since Ashley's wedding. The woman no longer hoped that she would ever become a mother, but she still had that hope in her heart. However, Ashley did not say it out loud. On the contrary, she told her husband more and more often that their family was incomplete. These statements only caused Jason more heartache, for he knew how much she dreamed of having children. When the conversation about the family being incomplete, Jason couldn't stand it and angrily asked his wife to shut up. Ashley, hearing her husband's tone, was frightened, because in such a way her husband had never allowed her to talk to him like that. When Ashley's first shock passed, the woman said, "All this is because I can't give you an heir. Stop it, please. That's not what I'm tired of. It's that you're making an issue out of the wrong place. I understand that you dream of having a child, as every woman does. But why do you keep talking about it? We've only been living for 3 years, which means we have to wait a while longer. Before the husband could finish his sentence, he was angrily interrupted by his wife. Shut up. My first husband said the same thing to me. And what happened in the end? He found a woman who bore him a son. He didn't cheat while he was still married, all because I couldn't get pregnant. And that was the only reason I went to medical school to become a midwife back in the day. To find out the real reason why I couldn't have children. Wait, but you told me that your divorce was because, as they say, you didn't get along. I lied. And now you know the truth and you can roll. I'm not holding you, Ashley yelled hysterically. She was about to throw their family picture at her husband as her mother Mary entered the room. Mary gave her daughter a stern look and then quietly asked Jason to leave. The man didn't object and complied with his mother-in-law's request. Once the older woman was alone with her daughter, she sat up to Ashley and spoke softly. Aren't you ashamed of throwing a tantrum here? I understand that you're nervous, but what does this have to do with your husband? You're torturing yourself and him. Do you want that? Enjoy your life. You love each other, and you'll still have a daughter, take my word for it. But when, Mom? I said she will, so she will. We just have to be patient. I've heard those words many times before. How long do I have to wait? The gynecologist told me that everything is fine with my husband's health too. But I'm still not getting pregnant after saying that. Ashley abruptly got up from the couch and ran out of the room. Immediately she ran into her husband Jason, who was looking at her with a sad look. The woman walked briskly toward the exit. Jason wanted to follow, but his mother-in-law stopped him, saying, "Don't follow Ashley. Let her get some fresh air, let her calm down. And in a motherly way, I suggest you go to church with your wife and pray. Ashley's already been there. I suggest you both go. Trust me, Jason, it won't cost you anything." "Okay, Mary," Jason replied. Some time passed. Ashley was at work in a pensive mood. The woman's thoughts were preoccupied with the fact that her menstrual cycle had gone astray. Ashley's pensive mood was noticed by the doctor on duty and asked what was going on with her. Ashley was embarrassed by the question but still told what was bothering her. The medical officer laughed upon hearing the answer and said reproachfully, "I marvel at you, woman. Take you at least, Ashley. Where do you work?" "In a maternity hospital. A midwife." "Exactly. When symptoms like these arise, where should a woman go? And given that you're also a medical professional, what are your thoughts?" "Okay. You don't have to answer that. I can see by the look on your face that the answers to the questions have occurred to you. Let's go. I'd better check you out." After a while, Ashley came out in a happy mood. The doctor informed her that she was pregnant. Upon learning the wonderful news, Ashley immediately called her spouse and then her mother. Soon she was registered at the antenatal clinic. The woman spent the first trimester in the hospital. Then the pregnancy developed without complications. And soon Ashley gave birth to a baby girl at term. The newly married parents named their daughter Amber. The couple was in the seventh heaven of happiness that they had a child. Rejoiced at this event and Ashley's mother. The woman immediately noticed that after the birth of her daughter, as if blossomed. This was noticed not only by Mary but also by neighbors, who at every opportunity said to the elderly woman how Ashley has become more beautiful after the birth of her daughter. She's glowing from the inside out with happiness. "We're so happy for you." "Thank you," Mary replied, and immediately recited the Lord's Prayer to herself. The old woman was afraid that with such words people might inadvertently jinx her daughter's happiness. Meanwhile, Ashley was enjoying her new role as a mom. She enjoyed fussing with her baby, singing songs, putting on her baby's cradles, feeding her baby formula from a bottle. Ashley did her best to take care of her daughter, which sometimes frustrated her mother. Mary also wanted to nurse her granddaughter, so she would occasionally say to her daughter with a sad smile, "You're like a hen. You don't let anyone near you. And I am not a stranger to the baby. I want to babysit the baby too." "Oh, Mom, Amber is my little angel. And I'm just afraid to part with her even for 5 minutes," Ashley replied. Time passed and the girl turned 3. Mary started talking about putting Amber in kindergarten. Ashley immediately flatly refused the offer, which caused her mother's bewilderment. The old woman looked at her daughter with incomprehension and said that the child needed to start contact with her peers. Ashley, hearing her mother's words, replied that she would go with her daughter to the playground where the kids were walking. Mary did not insist any further, realizing that Ashley would not be persuaded. After that conversation, a couple months flew by. Ashley walked with Amber in the public garden. The woman watched her daughter digging in the sand with her peers. Suddenly, Amber grabbed a child's shovel and knocked the girl on the head with it. The little girl cried and ran to her mother. Ashley felt bad about her daughter's behavior and approached Amber to reprimand her. Frowning her eyebrows, the mother said, "Girls." Ashley was outraged at her daughter Amber's behavior in the sandbox. She took the trowel from her and gave it to another girl, apologizing. Ashley then said the walk was over, which displeased Amber. At home, Ashley told her husband Ben what had happened. Mary, Ashley's mother, upon hearing the story, stated this is still the flowers. The berries will come later. What you don't realize, Ashley, is that your daughter lives a reclusive life and thinks everything should be done just for her. You lack discipline, and as a mother, you're indulging your child in everything. Can't you see that the girl is turning into a little selfish girl? What are you talking about, Mom? Amber is a wonderful girl. You're just looking for faults in her that aren't really there, Ashley replied. Mary turned reproachfully to her son-in-law, Ben. Why don't you say something? Amber is your daughter, too. Don't you notice anything strange about her behavior? Ben grumbled and hurried away so as not to continue the conversation. In the evening, Ashley put her daughter to bed and then joined her husband in the bedroom. Maybe Mom is right about Amber growing up selfish. After all, sometimes she doesn't ask, she demands to buy this or that toy, she said thoughtfully. I don't know what to answer. Maybe our daughter needs a little brother or sister, Ben suggested. Well, let's do that now, he said with a smile as he hugged his wife. Honey, I'm serious. Maybe we really should listen to Mom and put Amber in daycare, Ashley replied. You know, I agree with that. Mary is retiring soon. Her allowance will be small. Our family budget is going to become quite paltry, and we need to repair the roof, its finances. If you get a job, we'll have extra income, Ben reasoned. A couple weeks later, Amber was enrolled in kindergarten, and Ashley went straight to work. At first, Amber was cranky and refused to go to daycare, complaining about her stomach or her leg. Lily believed it at first, but then realized that her daughter was being sly to avoid going to daycare. Ashley had a hard time convincing Amber to attend. When Amber stopped being cranky, other problems began. Caregivers complained about her behavior, saying she was acting arrogant and hurting other children. Ashley gave her daughter educational talks, but the complaints continued. Once again, when Ashley came to pick up Amber, the kindergarten teacher said Amber is an insufferable child. She doesn't get enough belt training. What did you say? With a belt? Are you out of your mind? You have a teacher's education. Ashley was outraged. How can you even mention the belt? I'm doing preventive counseling with my daughter at home. But you, too, should be helping me so that the girl adapts to her peers. Talk to the child and tell her that what she's doing is wrong. And if you and I do not find a common language, then I will have to appeal to your management. After this conversation between Ashley and the teacher, the complaints stopped, and after a while, Amber was eager to go to kindergarten. Life slowly moved on. Ashley now dreamed of having a second child. She wanted to give her husband an heir. However, time passed, and the woman could not get pregnant. One evening, Ashley talked to her mother and said that she dreamed of having a second child. Mary sighed sadly after her daughter's words and sadly said, I'll let you in on a secret. Basically, Amber is your only child, and there won't be any others. Why is that? It's because we're on our third generation of having only one child, and it's necessarily a girl. That was my grandmother's, then my mom's, and then mine. I wanted to have at least 3 too, but God gave me only you. It's an ancient prejudice. You could say it's a coincidence, though. Don't take hope away from me. I'm bound to have more. I'm sorry, daughter, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I don't want to take away your dream. I just thought you should know about it. The older woman sighed heavily and actually regretted her words. Time moved on imperceptibly, and it was about to be her 6th birthday when suddenly Mary felt sick. The woman was washing dishes in the kitchen when she felt a severe headache. The pensioner, writhing from the spasm, hurried to the kitchen cabinet, which stored medicines. However, the woman did not have time to get a pill, as she lost consciousness. Mary Ashley discovered Mary when she returned from daycare with her daughter. The woman, seeing her mother lying on the floor, cried out desperately and rushed to her mom. Amber, hearing her mom scream, cried frightened. Meanwhile, Ashley tried to bring the pensioner to her senses, but she was unsuccessful, and then she called an ambulance. Soon Mary was hospitalized. Ashley waited for the hospital with visits. She wanted to know what was wrong with her mother. When the woman went to the doctor once again, the doctor quietly said the cancer is brain cancer. I can't say anything else, as I am not a specialist in this case. I have other specifics. You need to get to a specialized clinic as soon as possible. How so? Whispered the woman, who couldn't believe what the medical professional had just told her. That same evening, Ashley told her spouse about everything. The couple began to consider where they could find a decent amount of money to travel to the regional city. Ben suggested taking out a loan, but his wife didn't refuse. Soon Mary was taken to the regional city by her daughter. The elderly woman lay for a while in the hospital, and then Ashley came for her, who hoped that everything was not so terrible. However, the doctor's words shocked her. Stage 4. So what's wrong with that? It's not like it's a verdict. People live at this stage. You told me you're a medical professional. It's not for me to tell you what stage 4 is. Yes, people live at that stage, but the only question is how long they live. There's one thing I don't understand about your situation. How could you, a medical professional, allow your mother to have such a neglected disease? Mom rarely complained of headaches, and if she did say she had a headache, she added that it was the magnetic storms. They affect her that way, Ashley replied, hiding her face in her palms and crying desperately. The doctor put his arm around the visitor and said, I understand your condition, but you should pull yourself together now, as you need to go to your mom. And I don't think Mary will be happy when she sees her daughter crying. Wait, shouldn't we go to the Capitol? The man in the white coat looked sadly at the lady, then shrugged his shoulders. And then the doctor went to the table, where there was a decanter, and poured water into a glass. And only after a few moments the visitor uttered, "Hope dies last." It's a folk saying. If it makes you feel better, go to Washington. They have better equipment there. But I'm not sure they'll give you a cure that'll get your mom back on her feet in no time. If I were you, personally, I would spend the money not to buy expensive drugs that won't help, but to make my mom's last days happy. Knew what she wanted and would fight to fulfill mom's dream. And if mom asks to prolong her life, then how would you fulfill your mom's wish? Ashley asked in a low voice and looked at the doctor point blank. The man hummed uncertainly, and after a few seconds he said, I'd buy regular vitamins at the drugstore and give them to my mom. But at the same time I would tell her that these vitamins prolong life. But you would not fulfill your mother's wishes, but only make an appearance. Sometimes the appearance is life-extending. Soon the lady picked up her mother from the hospital and came home with her. The woman told her husband about the conversation with the doctor, as well as the desire to go to Washington. To which the spouse replied, Don't you think the doctor was right when he said that the Capitol is unlikely to help anymore? You watch TV and see when celebrities are diagnosed with cancer, and public people spend fabulous money. And what's the result? Are you saying we should just give up and watch mom go quietly to the grave? I'm not saying that. Don't twist my words. I'm just trying to make the point that Mary should be at home, not in a hospital room. I don't know how much longer my mother-in-law has left to live, but I'd like her to feel peaceful and uncomfortable. All right, so be it. Mary lived only 2 months after her hospitalization. It happened early one morning when the sun was just coming out. The daughter, who had been sleeping with her mother lately, found out that the person she loved was no longer in the world. At first, Ashley felt guilty for not realizing in time when her mother complained of headaches. Ben tried to reason with his wife to stop tormenting herself. However, after such support, the woman went into a screaming fit. And when once again Ashley blamed herself for not looking after her mother, the head of the family said, "You're getting paranoid. Stop being hysterical and let it go. Don't you realize you're becoming toxic? It's all because of your speculation. You're not just hurting yourself, you're hurting me and my daughter. You don't understand anything. I'm a medical professional, and I should have responded to Mom's complaints. And I didn't. And as a result, Mom is no longer alive. It's my fault she passed away so early. Oh, honey, you're really getting on my nerves. Why don't you stop beating yourself up? I think you should take a vacation with your daughter right before Amber starts first grade. Get some rest and relaxation. I'd go with you, but I don't have vacation until October. What do you think of my offer? Asked the husband and hugged his wife, who was still sobbing. The woman only nodded in response. She no longer had the strength to argue with her husband. Soon Ashley and her daughter left on a trip to the Gulf Coast. The woman was glad that Ben had insisted on the trip. Ashley spent a week at the sea with her daughter, and now it was the last day. Before leaving, Amber asked her mom to go to the beach one last time to admire the sea. Ashley did not refuse the child, and soon mother and daughter were already walking barefoot on the soft golden sand. Every now and then the girl ran to the water to touch the water with her toe. Ashley was watching her daughter when someone called her name. The woman looked back in bewilderment and saw her ex-husband Jason walking toward her. Ashley stared at him in amazement. Jason approached the woman and said hello in a friendly manner before mouthing, "Taking a vacation. I heard from my sister that you have a daughter. Congratulations, you've been dreaming of having kids." "Thank you. So many years have not seen each other, although we live in the same city. But we met at the sea. Listen, let's go sit in a cafe and talk. You and I have a lot to remember. You haven't changed a bit since the baby was born. You're just as petite as before. I'd love to reminisce with you about our pranks in bed. Thank you for the invitation, but I must refuse you. My daughter and I are leaving today, and you'd be better off with your wife, because I have a man I love, and I'm not attracted to the side," unlike you, Ashley replied softly, disgusted by her ex-husband's tone about intimacy. Meanwhile, Jason frowned and said wistfully, "We're not making love to my wife right now. She's 2 months away from giving birth, and she's blown to smithereens. I told my husband to terminate the pregnancy. After all, there are already 2 children, and she said that she will give birth to a 3rd. So it's wonderful that you have so many children. Children are happiness. But I just don't understand why you walk on the beach without your soulmate and children. My wife's at home, and I'm here on business, like on a business trip. My father-in-law's a businessman, so he sent me down here for a couple days. Well, good luck with your business. We should get going with our daughter," Ashley said quietly and beckoned her daughter over to her. The woman took the girl's hand and they headed towards the exit of the beach. Ashley walked at that moment and thought how lucky Jason's wife was to already have 2 children and to be carrying a baby under her heart at this time. Soon Ashley and her daughter arrived home. They were gushing over Ben about what a wonderful time they had. Amber took a handful of sand out of her backpack to make her daddy happy. Ashley laughed when she saw it. Her husband looked at his wife in bewilderment, but she was even more amused when she saw Ben's amazed face. When the first emotions from the sand had passed, Ashley explained the reason for her laughter. She told her husband that she had hidden something in her backpack the night before she left. Ashley hadn't thought much of it at the time, but as she put her daughter's backpack on her shoulders, she wondered why it was so heavy. Ben, still not realizing anything, looked into his daughter's backpack and immediately chuckled, and through a fit of laughter turned to his daughter. "You wanted so much to please Daddy that you stuffed the whole backpack with sand. That's a good girl to please your father. So you were sunbathing in the sun like me and Mom. And now you can fill a trough with water, pour sand on the ground next to it. And it's like you're having a vacation at the sea. It's great, isn't it? You're so good at it." "That's a wonderful idea. And Jackson Sunshine, Daddy will give you a kiss for being clever." Life moved on, and soon it was time to go to first grade. On the eve of that event, Ashley put her daughter to bed and headed into the hall to iron her white apron. She spread the bedspread on the board, and then laid the apron down thoughtfully and spoke softly. "How quickly time runs. You too. Our daughter is going to first grade tomorrow. As my mother used to tell me, it's worth it for a child to go to school, then time will fly by after that imperceptibly. is that you talking to yourself, pronounced Ben, who had just entered the room and heard his spouse's phrase. I'm saying that you and I are getting a little old now. And you know, my mom was right when she said that all women in our line give birth to only one child. And it's always a girl. Oh, that's so lucky. You and me were in the prime of our lives. And as for the one-child thing, that's just prejudice. That's what I told my mother. But you see, I can't get pregnant again. That's all right. We still have a whole cartload of time. Drop what you're doing and let's go into the bedroom to make a baby, Ben said, and winked excitedly at his spouse. Ashley smiled and said, I was having a serious conversation with you. And you're at it again? I'm being quite serious too. And about the kids, I can only say this: we have a daughter. And we should be happy about it. We need to get Amber on her feet so she can go to school and get a good life in the future. And so Amber has already started first grade. Her mother and father alternately took her daughter to and picked her up from school. The girl studied willingly, and soon parents often heard praise from the class teacher. Ashley and her husband were only happy. The first half of the year flew by. Amber became friends with a classmate. The girl's name was Christina. Friends spent a lot of time together. The parents of the girls were only happy about this friendship, which did not affect the performance at school. And now it was spring. The time of summer vacation was approaching. Amber came home alone. She had already been released to school alone after the winter. The girl came home and went to her room without greeting her mother, who was busy in the kitchen. Ashley was curious as to why her daughter had done that. The woman wiped her hands on a towel and proceeded to the nursery, where she saw her upset daughter. The homeowner approached the girl and asked what had happened. Amber glanced glumly at her mom and immediately, almost tearfully, said, Christina. Her parents bought her rollerblades, as well as a helmet, elbow pads, and knee pads. I want to go rollerblading in the summer too. And what are you getting upset about? Daddy will come over and talk to him about it. It's all words. Dad already promised me a bicycle. And what? He bought a junk bike. It's a shame to even ride it in the yard. Dad bought me the bike I pointed out in the store, and then suddenly I needed another one. He said, ride this one first, and then you can get another bike. I don't need a bike now. I want rollerblades. In the evening, Ben came home from work, as his daughter immediately ran up to him and asked him to buy rollers. The head of the family, after a little thought, promised his daughter to make the purchase. Ashley heard the answer. The spouse did not interfere in the conversation between father and daughter. However, when Amber went to bed, Ashley emphatically stated that she was against the purchase. Ben looked at his wife in amazement and asked, why do you disapprove of rollerblading? She's too young for the sport. Amber is a girl, not a boy. It's more appropriate for her to play with her dolls, not run around on those rollerblades like tomboys everywhere. Wait, honey, you know what kids are like these days. Girls only play dolls in kindergarten, and once they go to school, their priorities change. And anyway, how can you imagine our daughter's friend rollerblading and Amber looking at her with envy? It's a very interesting picture. And if Christina bought a live tiger tomorrow, would you run out and buy that animal for your daughter too? Why make it so complicated? Okay, if you promised your daughter, then buy the rollers. But I warn you right away that you will walk with Zlata when she starts to learn to ride them. Whatever you say, my queen. Ashley ahed when she heard the sum. However, the woman glanced at her daughter, who was looking at the roller skates with wild delight. Afterward, Ashley smiled at her spouse and said, look at how happy our daughter is about these rollerblades. As they say, what's a little something for a child to be happy about? Okay, go outside and try out the accessories and then tell us about the progress. The time went on its own. At first, Ben accompanied his daughter and her friend on outings after work. And then, when Amber became more confident on rollers, the family decided that the girl would ride only in the park and never on the roadway. Amber happily agreed to this proposal, as she was already tired of her dad accompanying her. And Christina's father does not do it. June and then July flew by. Ashley was coming home from her shift. She rode on the shuttle bus and smiled as she recalled her day at work. Soon the driver announced a stop. The woman got out of the vehicle and headed to the nearest store to buy milk and eggs. Ashley was going to make an omelet for dinner. The woman had already approached the store when she heard her spouse calling her. Ashley turned around and asked what he was doing here. Ben smiled and pronounced, "I wanted to meet you from work, but I guess I didn't time it right." "There's something you're not telling me, honey. Spill what happened," the woman mumbled worriedly. Ben, seeing his wife's reaction, laughed and immediately said, "It's actually our boss's anniversary. He let everyone go home early, but I wasted my time and cooked dinner at home myself. And then I saw that there was no bread at home and hurried to the store, where I saw you. And I thought something had happened to my daughter," Ashley said, relieved. Then she smiled and said, "Let your boss have a holiday every day then. I'll be spared the cooking then." Imagine how happy that would be for a woman. "By the way, I forgot to ask, what did you cook?" "Flotsam pasta is my specialty. You know very well that cooking is not my business. That's what I have you for. Now you tell me how your day at work went." Ashley looked lovingly at her husband. Then she told him that she'd had a hard day at work. He asked why it had been tiring at work. Ashley smiled and said, "Although it's a hard day, it's a joyful one. A woman gave birth to triplets today. Imagine. She's 38 years old and this is her first labor. You should have seen this woman in labor when she was given her first baby in her arms. That woman's eyes were full of happiness. That's the first time I've seen eyes like that in so many years. And the funniest thing is that when she was transferred from the labor room to the ward, she began to wonder how she would feed 3 babies because she had only 2 breasts. Our medical staff, everyone who was in the ward, just fell down laughing. They found something to laugh about. If I were a woman, I might be interested in that question too. Although, I admire our woman in labor because she gave birth at 38. And you've given up on the whole thing. We should do the same thing tonight, as soon as we put our daughter to bed. And maybe don't even hint to me that you had a hard day's work or a headache. You won't get away from me today," he said with a smile. "Let's go home then. Can't wait to taste your specialty," said the wife with a laugh and took her husband under her elbow. And so it was already the end of August. School was a few days away. Amber walked up to her mom and asked to go for a walk. Ashley had the day off today. She glanced out the window and then turned to her daughter. "It's okay to walk, but just no rollerblades." Amber frowned and immediately inquired, "Why no rollerblades?" "The weather's turning bad. It's supposed to rain. Maybe you and Christina can sit with us today and play on the laptop," Mom replied. So much for Mom's idea. There were only a few days left until school started, and then there would definitely be no time to go for a ride. "Mom, let me go. Christina and I will skate carefully, as always." "Mom, you're the best in the world. My favorite. You know I can't refuse you when you ask me to. Go on, take a walk," said the woman and kissed her daughter on the top of her head. As soon as the girl jumped out of the door, the woman felt a vague uneasiness in her soul. Ashley was about to run out after her daughter and call her home when her cell phone rang. The woman was distracted by the phone call and then went out into the yard. But her daughter was not there, of course. It had been about 2 hours since Amber had gone for a walk. Ashley still felt a heaviness in her soul. The woman dialed her daughter and asked how they were doing. Amber cheerfully replied that everything was fine and immediately disconnected the connection. Hearing her daughter's voice made Ashley feel a little calmer. Another hour passed before Amber left for her walk. Ashley started the laundry. She pulled out her daughter's terrycloth robe as there was a loud knock on the door. At the same time, the woman heard Christina crying. Ashley hurried to the door, and as soon as she opened it, she saw Christina's crying face. The landlady asked anxiously, "What happened?" "Amber was hit by a car," she said through her sobs. "I came straight to you." "What do you mean, hit by a car? What are you talking about? Where's Amber?" "They took her away in an ambulance," Christina said through sobs. Ashley sucked in air with her mouth and then asked the girl where it had happened. When she found out where the hit and run had happened, the woman rushed to the scene of the tragedy without changing her slippers. When she got there, she saw a small crowd of gawkers, as well as a cordon of the place on the stretch of road. The woman, pushing people, rushed to the place. As soon as she got there, she saw the chalked silhouette of a child on the pavement, as well as brown bloodstains. Not far away, Ashley spotted a helmet. The helmet belonged to her daughter, and at the same moment the woman lost consciousness. Ashley woke up in the hospital. Sitting next to her was her husband Ben, who was holding her hand. As soon as Ben saw that his wife came to her senses, he immediately jumped up and ran out into the hallway, where he loudly called a nurse. A girl in a white coat hurried into the room. She approached Ashley and asked how the woman was feeling. Ashley waved her hand and wanted to get up. Her husband wouldn't let her. Then the woman asked her spouse, "What about your daughter?" "She's alive. Amber's in the ICU. The doctors are fighting for her life. Help me up. I need to be near my daughter. My presence will help her." "You just had a heart attack, and you can't get up," Ben said quietly but firmly. He wanted to add something else, but at that moment the doctor entered the room and came up to Ashley and said, "Are you awake? That's great. You're going to be given an injection, and then try to sleep. I'm not going to be here. Let's get you the papers you need to sign to refuse hospitalization." "Ashley, do I really need to tell you as a medical professional what the consequences of refusing medical care are?" The man in the white coat said sternly. "That's exactly what I know. That is why you should not waste your precious time now and explain to me the plain truths which I already know without you." The doctor looked at Ben after the woman's words, but he only waved his hands, thus making it clear that he could not influence his spouse in this situation. And after a while, Ashley was near the entrance to the intensive care unit. She prayed to God that her daughter would survive. Ben at this time stood near the window and looked at the sill with a hateful look. Some time passed. Ashley walked over to her husband and quietly touched his elbow. The husband immediately flinched at the touch and turned to his wife. He put his arm around Ashley and then pressed the woman's head against his chest and immediately felt her crying. Ben asked her to calm down, but the woman didn't respond to her husband's words. Ben became nervous. He was worried that his wife might have a second stroke. The man wanted to run after the nurse as he was stopped by his spouse, who faintly said, "Tell me what happened." "I can't tell you much." Anyway, the girls were already rollerblading home. They needed to pass the zebra. As here Christina had a slip on her lap, she bent down to correct it, and her daughter at the same time moved across the road, and then a foreign car flew out. Amber didn't have time to react and a hit and run occurred. Christina was saved from the collision by her knee pads. Witnesses called an ambulance and police officers. The investigator told me the driver fled the scene. But he's already been arrested. He was under the influence of alcohol when he hit our daughter. Ben was silent, looked at his wife, who only clenched her hands in a fist. The woman's face had gone pale. Ashley didn't say anything, she just stood there staring at one point. The man did not know how to behave in this situation, so once again pressed his wife to him and gently said, "Everything will work out, and our daughter will still recover." "I want that bastard to get the maximum punishment," Ashley told him. "That criminal will get what he deserves. Right now I think you should go home so you can recover." "No home, our little girl needs us here." "Okay, sweetheart." It was another couple hours before two doctors came out of the ICU. Ashley rushed over to them and grabbed one doctor by the chest. The man in the white coat tried to pull his hands off the woman, but he was unsuccessful. And then the second doctor turned to the lady's husband. "We did everything we could here, but the girl suffered many injuries. We couldn't save her." Ashley, as soon as she heard this, pushed the doctor away, then sobbed loudly. She then turned to her husband and started beating her fists on his chest, shouting, "It's your fault. It's your fault. I was against these videos. How am I supposed to live without my little girl?" One of the doctors quickly realized that the woman was hysterical. The man in the white coat shouted something to the nurse, who came out to the noise. The lady was given an injection and soon she fell asleep. Ben was next to his wife the whole time. And as soon as the spouse woke up, she asked to take her home. The man complied with the request without any objection. Amber's funeral soon followed. All this time Ashley was in prostration. She did not understand why so many people had come to the cemetery, and also did not realize why those present were expressing their condolences to her. It wasn't until the coffin was being lowered into the hole that Ashley realized it was her baby girl being buried. The woman shrieked, ran to the coffin, wrapped both arms around it, and screamed, "Don't. I can't let my daughter go to her final resting place alone. I want to lie next to her." From the coffin, Ashley was able to tear Ben together with her father, who came to the funeral of his granddaughter. The woman was then picked up by neighbors and hurriedly taken away from the cemetery. At home, Ashley could not sit down at the table to memorialize her daughter as she became ill with heart trouble. Her spouse called an ambulance and the woman was hospitalized. Several days passed after the funeral. Ben visited his spouse daily, although it was a long drive. "We still don't know when the trial will be. Be patient, my dear, let's get better at my place," he told her. "Why should I get better if our daughter is no longer in this world?" Ashley replied. "I realize that we lost our only child, but don't forget that I need you, that I love you, and I can't lose you. And Amber wouldn't want that either." Some time passed. Ashley was released from the hospital and went to work. The days seemed like torture for the woman. Ashley hated the nights most of all, as sleep was non-existent. She had fleeting visions of her daughter coming to her and asking her to punish the man who hit her. Ben saw that his wife could not find peace until she knew what punishment the driver would receive, and soon the trial took place. As it turned out, that driver was some local oligarch. The defendant got off with a fine. It was twisted to mean that Amber was crossing the road in the wrong place. Amber's testimony disappeared from the case, and a whole new set of witnesses came forward. When Ashley found out about it, she went door to door with the D.A.'s office, the police, the DMV. But everywhere she was pointed at the door. The woman was desperate, and after another visit to the investigator, she came home and drank a few shots of whitewater. Ashley literally immediately became tipsy, as strong drinks were not spoiled. When her husband came home from work, her wife said to him in an inebriated voice, "How can you live peacefully in this world when our daughter is gone because of your fault? First of all, you, my dove, are drunk. Let's talk about it tomorrow when you're sober. I want to tell you everything now. You're not really a man. The man who ruined my daughter is out there, and you didn't even lift a finger to avenge him. What can I do when money rules the world now? Don't you understand that? What do you think I should do? Go to that oligarch and throw him from the 5th floor. Would that make you feel better? Only I'd have to go to jail for it, because I don't have the money to pay him off. I'd go and throw him from the 5th floor. Maybe then my daughter would stop coming to me at night." Ben did not say anything to his wife, only took the bottle of hot drink from her hands. And afterward, the man retired to the nursery to ponder how to help his wife overcome the loss of her only daughter. Sasha did not sleep all night, and the only thing that came to his mind was to take his wife to the bishop in the church, which he soon did. After the church visit, the lady was now less often visited by her daughter in dreams. Time moved on imperceptibly, and now a year has passed since Amber was buried. During this time, the lady had hardened a bit. Whereas she used to come to work in high spirits, now she disliked women in labor. The woman did not tell anyone about it, but the team has already noticed that Ashley often rudely treats future moms. The chief Dr. Jackson Michael repeatedly made his subordinate remarks on this matter. The woman promised to correct herself, but everything was repeated again. And once Ashley, together with the doctor, delivered a woman in labor. The young woman was in labor for the first time, and when the contractions began, she screamed that she was in pain. Ashley considered the future mommy hysterical, and the words of the doctor made remarks to her, and after the birth wrote a report to the chief doctor. Jackson Michael familiarized himself with the document and called Ashley to his office. As soon as the woman entered, the master of the office seriously said, "This can't go on any longer. If before, everyone wanted you to assist in childbirth, but now women in labor, just hearing your name, frightened. Maybe you should go to the sea with your husband, get away for a while. I understand your grief that you lost a child, but our patients are not to blame. Let's find some common ground, otherwise we'll go our separate ways, even though you're an excellent midwife. Now, I want an answer from you. I'm going to reconsider how I treat my patients. I'm sorry, it won't happen again." I've heard that before. Ashley, why don't you give me one last chance? Okay? You might want to think about taking a vacation. A change of scenery for a while is good for a person, especially in your situation. Ashley came home in a gloomy mood. She went into the kitchen to make dinner, but immediately changed her mind and went into the living room, where she turned on the TV. The woman didn't watch the program at all. She was thinking about how to continue going to work. Ashley was distracted from her thoughts by her husband, who sat down next to her and said affectionately, "How was your workday? A lot of women gave birth today. Why are you interested? Honey, what's the matter with you? Actually, I've always been interested in that. Then from now on, stop doing it. How I'm sick of everything. How I'm sick of everything," said the wife nervously. Ben frowned after his wife's words and then said firmly, "Tell me what happened at work." Ashley didn't talk herself into it twice, but honestly recounted the conversation with the head doctor. Ben was silent for a long time after his wife's narration, and then asked why she had developed a dislike for laboring women. Ashley thought for a moment, and then, looking her husband in the eye, confessed, "You know, I look at their happy faces when they're presented with a baby, and it's like I get an electric shock inside. And it's because they're moms. And I'm never going to get to experience that. It's moments like that when it's like I'm possessed. I can't help it. In that case, should you quit this job? You can't force yourself to do something you don't want to do. I get the impression that you've grown to hate being a midwife and find no outlet in this job." "What do you mean quit? Do you want me to sit in four walls and slowly go insane?" "I'm not suggesting you sit at home. You could get a job as a clerk in a small store. I think you'll be able to balance your debit and credit. Or maybe we should really go on vacation somewhere in the country, take a tent, fishing rods, and spend a week in solitude. And then think about changing jobs." "Okay, let's do that, honey." Soon the couple went on vacation to Ben's father's house in the country. The couple had a great time. They often went to nature, where they fished in the lake, and then together they picked berries. Ashley then confessed to her husband that it was a pity that they did not go on vacation when Amber was alive. The husband did not answer anything to his wife, as he realized that if he said a word, his wife would start crying. A week later, the couple went back. Ben, upon arrival, asked his wife if she could go out to work in the maternity ward. Ashley replied in agreement. The woman actually believed the trip had changed her internally, and soon Ashley was on shift. The first day was fine, but after a week the same feeling of resentment returned to her. Ashley tried to fight her envy. She even pinched her arm to keep from being rude. It had been about a month since the vacation. Ashley arrived at work and mentally wished to herself that there were as few women as possible wanting to be moms today. Ashley had no idea what a difficult shift she was about to have. And it had all started when Taylor Grievna, the doctor on duty, had her daughter's fever. The young woman asked, "Check to see if you can handle it on your own today, especially with 4 hours left in the shift. Just understand I am divorced from my husband, and there is no one to look after my daughter, and I'm worried about her. She's got a fever of 38.8. She called me the other day. Taylor Grievna, go with peace of mind. I've never delivered a baby on my own, have I? And there's someone to help you if you need it. The head doctor's on call today. By the way, did you ask him to leave? Otherwise he'll ask me and I won't answer, and I'll get in trouble." "Yeah, I talked to him. He's a man of the world and he recognized my situation right away. He also said that if Ashley was working, there was nothing to worry about. That head doctor of ours is flattering me." "All right, go ahead, Taylor Grievna. You'll be running an even higher fever by the time you get home to your daughter." Just as Ashley escorted the woman out, a nurse announced that there were 2 women in labor. Ashley sighed to herself and hurried into the exam room. There was one middle-aged woman in there who had been brought in by ambulance. Ashley began to ask the patient questions in a businesslike manner. Just then, the head doctor entered the room and addressed the midwife. "This is going to be fun today. You're taking care of this woman, and I'm about to have a difficult labor." Ashley sighed sorrowfully and hurried to examine the woman. As soon as she saw the patient's chart, she immediately shuddered in displeasure. The woman in labor, Rachel Lionel, was 58 years old. After all the necessary procedures, the woman in labor was taken to the labor room. Ashley was clearly giving commands as to how the patient should proceed. Rachel Lionel responded by moaning and begging for the baby to be saved. Ashley was angry with the woman, unable to suppress her anger. And when the woman in labor moaned again, the midwife said angrily, "You're crazy. How could you think of giving birth at the age of 58? Now keep quiet and do as you're told." The labor was difficult. Ashley was completely exhausted. She would have been happy to have the help of the chief of medicine. But Jackson Michael was delivering triplets, and he was having a hard time with it too. And when the workday was over, Ashley breathed a sigh of relief. Now the only thing she wanted to do was come home, take a bath and go to bed. This day she even changed her principles. She called a cab to get to her place of residence. Previously, she had not allowed herself such expenses. Soon the woman was already at home, where she was met by her husband Ben. He offered his wife to eat, but she waved away and said that she did not want anything, as the day was stressful. Afterward, Ashley said she delivered a baby for an elderly woman. Her husband whistled in surprise and said in amazement, "I can't believe what kind of women we have here." The next day at lunchtime, Ashley received a call from the chief physician, who ordered her to report to work. The woman was often called by her superiors, so she involuntarily had a thought, and whether this call is not connected with yesterday's elderly woman in labor. There was no time to ponder, however, and Ashley drove to the hospital. As soon as she got to the second floor, where the chief physician's office was, a nurse ran up to her and whispered, "Ours is out of control, vomiting and swearing." "What's the reason? You know, he said something about the woman in labor yesterday." The girl in the white coat wanted to add something, but then the door opened and the head doctor appeared and said, "I was just waiting for you, Ashley. Come on, let's go have a talk." The first to enter the office was the chief physician, who stood by the desk, tapping his fingers nervously on it. Ashley came in after the man, and she knew from the doctor's demeanor that he was going to get a scolding, since he was rarely this angry. As the woman closed the door, Jackson Michael came right up to her and said sternly, "What are you doing? I am well aware that today both you and I have a day off after yesterday's duty, but I get a call from a doctor saying that a woman in labor wants to get to know me. I wouldn't have responded to this request if I hadn't been told who this woman was. Do you happen to have any idea who this woman might be?" "I do," Ashley replied. "Rachel Lionel Kopylova gave birth to a baby girl." "That's right. When I went to see her, she was curious about the midwife who delivered her baby. Naturally, I asked what was wrong. Rachel wouldn't tell me what the situation was, but it was clear she wasn't happy about what you'd done. And now I'll tell you for your understanding that this woman in labor is the wife of a very famous man in the regional city. And if now we are tortured with checks, the stumbling block will be you, because your tongue says nasty things. I'd like to add that if I fire you, your husband will get it too, and so will I for that matter." "Wait a minute," Ashley said. "If this lady is the wife of a respectable man, why did she come here to give birth? Why didn't she give birth in her own town?" "You're asking me these questions?" The head doctor was indignant. "You don't understand the seriousness of the situation. I'm not interested in why Rachel ended up in our hospital." Ashley was more concerned with the aftermath of her shift. She wasn't going to rant about it. You go on your knees and beg for forgiveness, birthing girl. Basically do whatever it takes to earn her favor. The doctor gestured toward the door, letting her know that the conversation was over. Ashley walked out of the office. Her face was burning. The woman didn't know how to start a conversation with the woman in labor, whom she had insulted. Nevertheless, Ashley pulled herself together and headed toward the room. She knocked on the door and then entered. Immediately, her attention was caught by the way Rachel Lionel was admiring her newborn daughter. Ashley hesitated, letting her know she was in the room. She turned at the sound and looked at the midwife intently. "I want to apologize to you," Ashley spoke first. "I behaved inappropriately with you yesterday. I'll get down on my knees if you want me to. But please forgive me. I didn't know whose wife you were." "Don't clean it. Are you saying that if I were the wife of a locksmith or a janitor, you wouldn't feel guilty about talking to a woman in labor like that?" Rachel Lionel said sternly and looked reproachfully at the midwife. Ashley at that moment was ready to fall to the ground in shame. because she realized that she had said something stupid, but she answered nonetheless. I wouldn't feel guilty. Well, thank you for your honest answer. If you lied now, I'd lose the last shred of respect for you. Now tell me, why are you so rude to women in labor? Don't deny it, since I've been doing a little checking up on you around here. Ashley looked at Rachel with a sad look, and then tears ran down her cheeks. The midwife, without knowing why, told this woman how she had lost her baby, that the perpetrator had gotten off scot-free after the hit and run, and told her that she dreamed of becoming a mom, but it wasn't happening. Therefore, when women of advanced age give birth, she is filled with anger and envy. Rachel listened attentively to the interlocutor. Then she smiled sadly. She invited the midwife to sit down next to her, then took her hand and asked her to stop crying. Ashley wiped her tears away with the palm of her hand. While smearing mascara on her face, Rachel immediately held out a damp washcloth with the words, "Are you now, like a lost sheep, aware of our fate? Related. At one time, I couldn't get pregnant for a long time either. And when it did happen, it was a miracle for me and my husband. My husband at that time was still a small official in the administration. And then my son grew up and against parental will, after serving in the army, went to the hot spot. My husband and I hoped that the trouble would pass us by. However, the miracle did not happen. Our boy died. We could not recover from this tragedy for a long time. But as they say, time heals. My husband moved up the career ladder, and that's when I had the idea that I could still have a child. I was examined in many clinics, but the doctors were throwing up their hands. And then came the decision to do IVF. My husband and I consulted. He is 7 years younger than me, and we came to a mutual agreement that we could take a risk. And the risk justified our expectations. We have a daughter. The main thing is that our health should be good." Ashley sat in silence after Rachel's story. The woman's story had touched something in her soul. Meanwhile, Jackson Michael paced nervously around the office, wondering if Ashley had made amends, and unable to bear it, the man strode into the room, where he saw a peaceful conversation between the women, who smiled at each other. The chief physician came out in bewilderment. The only thing he realized was that the conflict was over. Meanwhile, Ashley smiled embarrassedly and asked the question she had been wondering about the late pregnancy. "It's understandable. I'm happy for you, but I just don't understand why you came to give birth in a provincial town." "I didn't really want to come here," Rachel answered Lionel. But immediately, becoming serious, she continued. "My husband went on a business trip to New York. I was against this trip, but my husband is still an enthusiast, likes to be in the know. My spouse was away for 2 days and should have been back by now. Then I got the call that he had a heart attack. I could not stay at home and drove myself by car to that city. However, the nervousness had taken its toll. I felt the baby wanted to be born, so your town came up. And in the morning my husband called and said that he is doing well and he will be here soon. I had to scold him and scare him that if he leaves the hospital without permission, our daughter will be taken away from the hospital. My blackmail succeeded. What a brave woman you are." Ashley said with admiration. "I'm not brave. I just love my husband as much as he loves me. And yet I envy you, but with white envy. I mean, you realized your dream and became a mom. Can you do it too? You're a midwife and you know what IVF is." "I do, but I'm afraid my husband wouldn't like it," Ashley said quietly. "And that's where you're wrong. From your story, your husband loves you and would do anything to make you happy. My advice is to go for it. Just don't hurt any more women in labor. I give you my word it won't happen again. Meeting you and your story changed something in my soul. And you know I'm very happy about it." Peter sat at the kitchen table and smoked one cigarette after another through the open window. It was frosty, but the cold coming into the apartment from the street did not bother the man. He was in such a state that such trifles did not bother him now. Outside the window came a gray, dull dawn. The meeting with the notary would be at 11 o'clock in the morning, and there was still plenty of time. Sarah Lenina was sleeping sweetly in her bedroom, wrapped in warm blankets. Unlike Wreath Egg, she's clearly happy about the whole situation. and it's strangely repulsive. And just a couple months ago, Peter had considered this girl to be the ideal. She was beautiful, decisive, ambitious, intelligent. When necessary, jokes appropriately. When necessary, will put a man in his place. And most importantly, tender and loving, a real woman. Next to such men, feel strong, necessary. Not like Barbara. Peter's heart ached again because she was his wife. She was not a stranger to him. Despite the presence of Sagalinina, despite everything that had happened recently, Barbara remained for him a queen. They had met while they were still students. The girl was conquering the faculty of finance and economics. Peter studied at the law school. No, the guy never particularly dreamed of becoming a lawyer. Since childhood, he read a lot. He especially liked stories about relationships, love, passion, hatred, fear. It was interesting to unravel the intentions of the characters, to speculate about why they act in this or that way. No wonder that his essays on literature were the most profound and interesting. The teacher even read out some fragments in front of the class. He also drew a lot. His desk drawer was full of albums with all kinds of drawings. There were fantastic creatures, courageous warriors, and just unusual ornaments. Drawing was soothing, peaceful, and time-consuming. Peter himself did not understand how it happened. He seemed to sit down at the table to do algebra, distracted for a minute to finish drawing another character, and everything falls out of reality. He comes to his senses, and only then realizes with surprise that he spent several hours drawing. The boy was clearly a creative person, but his parents were not satisfied with this. Mother and father seemed to agree on only one thing. They both felt that their son needed a serious profession. And, well, the father had some connections. So Peter ended up at a prestigious law school. True, the study did not cause the slightest interest. But parents argued that you need to study, otherwise you will not achieve anything in life. And Peter used to believe his parents and obey them. But at university, he met Barbara. Peter noticed her in his first year. She had such an interesting appearance. She wasn't beautiful, no, but there was something aristocratic in the girl's appearance. Not for nothing she was called Queen Barbara. Snow-white skin, beautiful intelligent eyes of a dark shade of black shiny hair, always smoothly styled, clear cheekbones, nose with a slight hunch and a confident line of lips, and most importantly, regal posture and sharp, but still surprisingly graceful movements. Later, Peter learned that the girl as a child attended a ballet studio, which she hated with all her soul. Parents insisted that the girl must move beautifully, and the guy understood her very much. His parents also knew what was best for him. She was constantly busy doing something. She didn't just look like a businesswoman, she was one. Participated in some contests and conferences from the university, worked part-time. Peter didn't know how he got so much information about this girl. She did not notice him at all, did not even know about the existence of such a modest, quiet guy. But Peter was in love with her. He then attracted a completely different type of girl, but for some reason he did not let her out of his sight. Peter was in his 4th year of college. It was summer weather. The middle of May, the time of credits, the time to get admission to the session. The boy went out for a walk to the ice cream stand. Since morning he had been studying thick notebooks with notes, preparing for tomorrow's test, and decided to take a break. He was about to round the corner of the neighboring house when he heard a growl behind him, and a startled exhale from somewhere far away. That sound was what made Retag turn around. He hadn't expected to see such a thing. Barbara. Previously, the guy had only seen her in the walls of the university. Peter knew that the girl lived somewhere in the center, rented an apartment, since she was not local. From somewhere, either from a village or from a regional town. And here she was, right next to his house. Strange, but there was no opportunity to ponder it for long. Growling and crouching to the ground, 2 large dogs approached the girl. There were a lot of dogs here lately. There was a construction site nearby, so the animals lived somewhere behind the fence. The builders fed them at first, but then the construction stopped. Temporarily or permanently, he didn't know. Now, hungry packs were roaming the neighborhood. There were attacks on people. Now 2 dogs were attacking their prey. The girl noticed the boy's look, and so much hope was in her eyes that he, always a bit cowardly and indecisive, simply could not act otherwise. Grabbing a large boulder from the ground, he headed straight for the dogs. The boy thought that if the dogs came at him, at least one of them would be able to hit him over the head with the rock. Maybe even stun the beast for a while. But what to do afterward? There's still a second dog here. There was no time to think about it. Just like that, he had become a hero. The guy approached the girl and asked, trying to make his voice sound firm, not shaking. "Are you okay? They didn't do anything to you?" "No," the girl shook her head, looking at her savior with gratitude. "Thank you very much. I was confused." The girl was transforming before her eyes from a confused and frightened, fragile victim into herself, into a queen. Her acquired firmness and her movements and voice confidence. "Yes, we have hungry dogs running around, attacking many. Pity them, on the one hand. In the end, it's all our fault, humans," she sighed. "Listen, weren't you in a hurry?" "No," Peter answered honestly. "Then can I ask you a favor? Walk me, please, because I'm confused here, and I'm afraid to run into dogs again, to be honest. Will you walk me?" The boy felt like a real hero. Queen Barbara herself is counting on him. Wow! "Of course I will." The guy took her the long way on purpose, though he could have taken a shortcut through the courtyards. It was just nice to walk and talk to her like that. The girl turned out to be a wonderful conversationalist, intelligent, attentive, understanding. It turned out that they liked the same books. Who would have thought it? But no matter how he looped around, eventually the street grew in front of the two companions. "Well, here we are. Thanks again. I'm here to see a classmate. We agreed to study for our midterms together. I study at a state university." I know, he smiled, pleased with the effect of his confession. Barbara was surprised. "How do you know?" "I study there too, in law school. I've just seen you many times, that's all. By the way, I have a test tomorrow too. What a small world." "Well, since we're at the same university, we'll see each other again." The girl smiled charmingly and disappeared down the driveway. That day, the boy could not think of anything but the deep, dark eyes of the queen. It was good that at least he was almost ready for the test. He had never felt any romantic feelings for this girl before, though he knew her, saw her, kept her in his sight. And now, when they talked to each other, it was as if she had conjured him up. It was her pleasant, literate speech, respectful attitude, unexpected weakness, fear of stray dogs. The girl was now attracted to him like a magnet. The guy hoped that they would see each other at the university the very next day. And so they did. Not entirely by chance, though. Peter deliberately went to the floor where the economists had a test. As if by accident, he passed by the classroom, near which students were jostling, and saw Barbara. She also noticed him, nodded to the guy, and even hurried to meet him. At first, they were just friends, talking and walking together a lot. Even went to the movies for movies they both looked forward to. Fortunately, their taste was specific, so they went to such sessions only the two of them, without extra eyes and ears. The boy admired Barbara, enjoyed her closeness. He really wanted to take her hand, maybe even kiss her, but she acted like a friend, like a buddy, and the guy was afraid of spoiling everything, so he didn't show his feelings. It was better to stay friends than to feel awkward every time they met. He didn't want to ruin the warm buddy relationship that had already emerged. And then they found themselves at a common student party, a disco in honor of the end of the next academic year. 5th year ahead, graduation. Almost the whole road to higher education is behind them. Something to celebrate. Peter watched Barbara dancing with the other guys and was wildly jealous. No, the girl didn't owe him anything. They weren't even considered a couple. Peter himself was also free to dance with whoever he wanted, but these guys hugging each other in a dance with her. They caused fury and rage, an unpleasant feeling of storm, but he did not show his face. He joked and laughed with his friends, even participated in stupid contests. And then, already late in the evening when everything was over, the girl herself came up to him. The guy noticed that the girl was not quite sober. Officially, strong drinks were forbidden at this party. But of course they were in fact present here. "Don't you like me at all?" Barbara asked in a stunningly direct tone. "Of course you do." Peter clapped his eyes together in confusion. He hadn't expected to hear such a thing. "I mean, as a girl," she explained. "I'm not pretty, my nose is hunchbacked, my lips are thin, I'm tall, too skinny, no shape whatsoever. Do you like other girls?" And she was almost right. A few months ago, the guy really liked other girls, girls of so-called model looks. But now there was no one prettier and more attractive than him. Probably now was the right moment to tell about it, but for some reason the right words could not be found. But the girl was very talkative. "Didn't you notice how I feel about you? We are so much in touch, and all this time I'm waiting for a sign from you, something that would allow me to think that you also like me. But you only see me as a friend, don't you? And now I've ruined everything." Peter shook his head negatively, staring at the girl. "So be it. I'll finally tell you what I think. I'm in love with you. Can you believe it? I always thought I liked more masculine, more brutal guys, like athletes. I tried to hang out with this basketball player, and he was dumb. He's a pussy. And all the other guys I hung out with were dumb. And you're not. You're different. Smart. Understanding, real." Peter smiled. He was pleased to hear her say that. He didn't know what to say in response, so he just hugged her to him. The girl put her head on his shoulder and continued her monologue. "I danced with them all today, just because of you, just to make you jealous. But you remained indifferent. It hurts so much. You don't understand anything," Peter sighed. "You're as stupid as I am." "What do you mean?" The girl pulled away and looked into his eyes with interest. And then he did what he had dreamed of doing for so long. He kissed the girl. They started dating. Quiet, modest student of law school, and bright, successful queen, so different in temperament and character, but still very similar in many ways. They had so many common, interesting topics for conversation, so many joint activities that both liked. They really turned out to be like two halves of one whole. It was the girl who helped the guy to decide what he really wanted to do in life. "You are a born psychologist," she once said, "subtly feel people, interested in the feelings and thoughts of others. Try it, take a course. Maybe you'll get something." And Peter obeyed. After graduation, he got a job in a law office, did boring, routine work, received pennies, and at the same time studied online psychologist. Now that was something he really enjoyed and was actually passionate about. "I told you," Barbara smiled smugly. "I'm almost never wrong." The girl herself, meanwhile, was actively building her own business. She already owned an attire. Peter supported Barbara in everything, and she, accordingly, supported him. She developed the attire, and the guy tried himself as a psychologist, began to counsel people. They lived together in a rented apartment. They didn't talk about marriage, but this event in the future was implied as if by itself. And then, as if out of the blue, the girl's business trip abroad. She had an opportunity to study at a prestigious business school, but it meant a long separation. "It's such a chance, you have no idea." With eyes burning with admiration, she shared her impressions. The guy, of course, rejoiced for his beloved, but he was also anxious. After all, this is not a matter of 1 month, or even half a year. Barbara will have to spend about 2 years abroad. How would that affect their relationship? Somehow he thought that she would find someone there and would not want to go back at all, but he was wrong. The relationship really didn't stand the test of distance. But the fault in this was not Barbara. The first time after the departure of his beloved, he was not himself. He missed her so much. Peter missed her desperately from the moment he left her at the airport. He did everything on autopilot, working in his law office, counseling clients as a psychologist. They socialized, of course, almost every night. Barbara looked tired, but happy, enthusiastic. She liked everything: teachers, practical classes, even hours-long lectures. The girl shared her impressions with her boyfriend. As usual, he spoke encouraging words to her, supported her. As time went on, the video sessions became more and more infrequent. The course was intense. Sometimes she just didn't have the time or energy to talk to her boyfriend. He, of course, was getting himself worked up. It seemed to him that Barbara had someone else, for their conversations were too superficial, infrequent and short. Being a psychologist, he realized that it was because of his complexes. The mistrust and fear of losing her were all the result of insecurity. It seemed to re-tag that there were many young men around who were both prettier and more successful than him. Of course, Barbara compared and perhaps thought about starting a relationship with someone else, someone more worthy. When Barbara was around, he saw her eyes full of tenderness and acceptance, felt her warmth and sympathy. But now she is far away, and Retag began to think that Barbara does not love him at all, that she is worthy of more, that he does not reach her level. She is a successful beauty who has already established her own business. While she is studying abroad, the business is run by the manager, a classmate of the girl, the same friend who was attacked by dogs on the way to her house. And he is just an out-of-state lawyer with a paltry salary and an aspiring psychologist. It remains to be seen whether he will succeed in any of these fields. At this very moment, Julia appeared in his life, a girl who had recently broken up with a young man and now felt broken and depressed. so she turned to a psychologist. He counseled in online mode. His clients were from different cities, but it just so happened that Julia was his neighbor, who lived literally 2 blocks away. Peter realized this when he saw the view outside the window behind the beautiful girl on the screen. Huge, anxious eyes of an amazing violet hue, long brown hair, cute and very pleasant facial features. Julia was so touching, so soft and feminine. She was not at all like Barbara, who was confidently rushing toward her goal and was used to sweeping away all obstacles in her way. She was 4 years younger than Retag and still in her 3rd year of university. For about 6 years, that is, since high school, Julia had been dating a boy. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, and the girl was in full confidence that soon they would get married. Except that the young man suddenly told her that he was tired of their relationship, that he was stuffy, bored, just bored. The guy wanted to make up for lost time to meet with different girls, to go out with friends nights away. It turns out that he felt deprived of all this because he had been dating her since 9th grade. For the girl, it was a blow. She worried, looked for faults in herself that weren't there, and blamed herself. In the end, someone advised the girl to consult a psychologist. Counseling specialists cost not cheap. They were not affordable to the student, but Peter was a novice psychologist, so his rate quite satisfied the client. So they met. Peter realized that it was unprofessional but could not help himself. A pretty girl somehow immediately captivated his heart. He felt more confident and stronger with her than with Barbara. She had long been the unspoken leader of their couple in all matters. Besides, she had no time for him now, and he was tired of feeling not even 2nd, but 5th or 6th place. Julia needed him so much, listened to him so attentively, and she really felt better talking to him. In general, it was not difficult at all to make the young beauty feel at ease. Soon they moved their meetings offline. Their conversations resembled not the communication of a psychologist and a client, but a friendly chat. Then friendship naturally grew into something more, and they both needed it to feel needed, loved, exceptional. Soon already the girl moved in with him. The man did not want to live a lie, so he honestly told Barbara about everything. Barbara's lips trembled, red spots appeared on her cheeks, but she quickly pulled herself together, as she always did. "Well," she said, shaking her head, "this is unexpected news. Well, if that's what you've decided, I won't make a scene. We're both adults and independent. Good luck with your new relationship." And Barbara disconnected. It was just like that, no hard feelings, no accusations, no attempts to find out the details. It only confirmed his opinion that Barbara had cooled off on him. Even after the breakup, he continued to think about her, even though he was happy with Julia. She seemed soft, malleable, pliable, like warm wax. She had grown up in a small provincial town. Her family still lived there, so she had a somewhat patriarchal mores, a traditional upbringing, and that was its own charm. Although as a psychologist, the guy realized that many of her attitudes needed to be worked out. She studied economics and lived in a dormitory before she moved in with the guy. Her parents were not rich, so she could only rely on herself. And she tried to study hard, because she wanted to get an education. Before she met the psychologist, her studies had been her first priority. But she fell in love, lost her head, and therefore put everything on the back burner: her friends, lectures, exams, part-time work. The guy, of course, very flattered. In turn, he tried to do something for her, worked more to buy her gifts, take the girl to restaurants and cafes, took on some of the household duties, which pleasantly surprised not used to such behavior of men young lady. He bathed in love and admiration, enjoyed care and warmth. He had never felt so loved the girl actually put him on a pedestal. Sometimes he had jealous thoughts. I wonder if she behaved the same way with her ex. Somehow it seemed that yes, caring and helpfulness were inherent traits of this girl's personality. And yet, he thought of Barbara. Such an interesting communication on equal terms with his new love did not work out. The girl often did not understand his jokes and almost never knew the authors or those movies about which Peter told her, and the man at such moments caught himself thinking he still lacked Barbara, her wit, insight, directness. And then Julia announced that she was expecting a child. This was unexpected and untimely news. She was still a student, and he did not earn enough to support his family. He is just developing. He plans to study, gain new experience and knowledge. But if there is a baby, the development can be put on the cross, because training does not imply large earnings, and the family needs to feed. Peter very cautiously suggested that she abort the pregnancy. It seemed to him that this was the best solution to all problems. The girl took offense at him for the first time, first yelled at him, which she had never done before, and then cried. It was hard for him to look at her in such a state. He felt so sorry for the young girl, who of course was also shocked by the news of the pregnancy. "Well, you hear," Peter put his arm around her shoulders. "Everything will be fine. We'll be fine. You're not going to leave me. You're not going to leave us now, are you?" "No." Peter held the girl even tighter to him. It's a good thing she couldn't see the look on his face. Confused, upset. He didn't want this baby. He didn't want it at all. No. He saw himself as a father in the future, maybe even a father of many children. But it was too soon to start a family. He lived in a rented apartment, worked at a low-paying job he didn't like, and he was just starting out as a psychologist. Yes, she was beautiful, tender, caring, but the guy did not think about tying his life with her. It was a pleasant, not burdensome relationship, needed by both of them at the moment they met. The guy felt like he was trapped. Decency and responsibility kept him from leaving his own child behind. The girl came to her senses a little, and even began to rejoice in the pregnancy. The psychologist gained additional clients. Now he worked from dawn to dawn. It was necessary to prepare a safety cushion for the birth of the baby. The young people decided to get married without a lavish celebration, although the bride still dreamed of a beautiful white dress and a wedding with guests and contests. She shared this with a slight sadness in her voice. But the girl understood perfectly well they would need the money for the child. There was no need for unnecessary spending in their situation. Peter felt inadequate again. Here, he can't even fulfill his future wife's wish. She's a young girl. Of course she wants to feel like a princess at her own wedding. She got involved with a beggar, so she has to make herself comfortable and endure hardships from the very beginning. Julia was very afraid to tell her parents that she was pregnant. "You know, my parents were so happy that I got in. I am the first in the family with higher education. They had such high hopes for me. And now I have to drop out. Why? Can I take a leave of absence during childbirth and then you can finish your studies?" "No, I have a family now. I know what it's like. It takes up all your time, all your energy. School's gonna have to wait. And that's why I'm afraid to tell my parents. But you have to tell them, and it's best not to wait." She decided to go home on New Year's Eve. The guy offered to accompany her to support her in a difficult situation. And with the parents of the bride, probably still need to get acquainted. The man was sure he will find the right words to calm the overbearing father and her mother. Not without reason he works as a psychologist. But the girl had other plans. "No, I'd rather go there myself the first time. You don't know my dad. He can say unpleasant things to you in the heat of the moment." Peter was relieved that it was up to him to offer. She said no. Well, she knows what's right. Let her really talk to her own people, prepare the ground. Julia left and disappeared. She didn't answer her phone. Must have been a bad connection in her small hometown. Julia only managed to call from the train station to say she'd arrived, and that was it. Peter wasn't worried. Why would he be? Julia had come home to her family after all. Maybe parents will not be delighted that the daughter's student will soon give them grandchildren, but they will not kill her, grumble, and accept the situation. Especially since the baby's father isn't giving up on the baby and they have a wedding coming up. Peter was enjoying the solitude. Turns out he was a little tired of the girl. At some time in his life she became a salvation for him, pulled him out of the abyss of anxious thoughts, surrounded him with warmth, inspired him. But now her care and helpfulness irritated him, as did her obsessive attention almost constantly, and much more. When the girl did not arrive on the agreed day, he still worried. The girl began lectures, preparation for the session. She could not miss all this without a good reason. The girl's phone was still stubbornly silent, and then the guy went to the university, where Julia studied. Found her group, talked to a few people. They were not aware of what had happened. When Peter had given up hope, a girl caught up with him in the hallway. "Are you looking for Julia?" "Yes, you are, Peter, aren't you?" He nodded slowly. "I'm Jane, her girlfriend. We're from the same town. She asked me to look you up, and here you are. That's lucky." "What about her? Why didn't she come back, do you know?" "Oh, it's a story. It's a nightmare. Her parents, they're very strict. She's their pride, the smartest, most promising kid in the family." They were so happy that their daughter got in, bragged to everyone in town, thought she'd become a successful economist, and then you and all the plans fell apart. When the father found out about his daughter's plans, he was furious. Pregnant out of wedlock, soon to be married. She was going to drop out of school too. She was going to become a good wife, an ideal mother, a housewife, instead of conquering career heights. In general, a strict parent decided no wedding and similar tricks, personally escorted his daughter to the clinic, where the head doctor was his former classmate. Even before New Year's Eve, the girl had an operation solved, according to her parents, all the problems so that the child is no more. Peter exclaimed when he heard that. He saw with what joy the girl was waiting for the baby and could imagine in what condition she was now. And anyway, what kind of wildness is this? The girl is of age, she has the right to decide for herself. And what about him? His opinion was not asked at all. That's the way it is with us, Jane shrugged. We're used to listening to our parents. There's no other way. And she didn't go against her mother's and father's wishes either. She told you not to look for her and not to try to find out for yourself. Julia will now study by correspondence from home under parental supervision so that nothing like this happens again. That's all she asked me to tell you. Well, almost. Jane hesitated, clearly uncomfortable being the messenger of bad news. She also said that your relationship was a mistake, but she also wished you happiness in your personal life. Thank you, her too. Peter shook his head and walked towards the university exit. Later at home, he thought over the whole situation and came to the conclusion that everything had happened for the best. The guy didn't feel bitter about the loss. He did not even feel upset. On the contrary, there was joy because everything was solved by itself, without his participation. There will be no family and child, and it's not his fault. Julia, of course it's a shame. Such overbearing parents not to be envied. On the other hand, it's her choice. She could have gone against her father if she wanted to, because she knew that her beloved would accept her, would not give her an offense, and yet she gave up the child and the man she loved. That's all right. Life went its way. Suddenly, the activity as a psychologist began to bear fruit, and very even generous. Soon Peter left the hated work in the office and gave himself completely to psychology. In relationships, he was now more cautious. Romances did happen, but the man did not allow any mental intimacy, and even less the appearance of thoughts of children, family, and so on. He did not want it all yet. Or maybe the women were not the right ones. All of them the man involuntarily compared with Barbara, and each time the comparison was not in favor of another companion. They didn't measure up to the queen, not at all. Peter seemed to feel quite happy and accomplished. Favorite high-paying job, his own apartment, a beautiful car. And yet, something was missing. And then fate again brought him together with the one he had not stopped thinking about all this time. By that time, Peter was already quite a successful and established man. He consulted people online from all over the country. There was even a waiting list for his sessions. Retag's services were already expensive. The man periodically published books that sold out like hotcakes. The edition he illustrated himself. Thus, another of his talents, artistic, was realized. To the profession of psychologist added a part-time job, digital artist. He had to take a couple of courses to hone his skills, and now he was quite in demand as an illustrator as well. He lived in his own beautiful and stylish apartment, drove an expensive car, had savings and, in general, was rightly considered quite a well-off man in his 30s. Many people of his age had never dreamed of such a thing. Peter, going to the bar that night, had not expected this meeting at all. He generally thought that Barbara had been living somewhere in Moscow for a long time. She disappeared from social networks, so he could not follow her fate as before, but he thought that with her ambitions in a small town there was nothing to do. This city was too small for a queen. However, she was sitting at the bar with her foot on the leg. She was grown up, one of even prettier, well-groomed, stylishly and expensively, but at the same time not flashy, impeccable taste. The same regal posture, the same fathomless, penetrating eyes, seeming completely black in the semi-darkness of the bar, and the hair, shiny black hair flowing down her back. She usually wore her hair shorter. It was the first time the man had seen her like this, and it suited her very well. The girl was here with her friends. They were sitting at the counter, as there were no free tables, discussing something lively, laughing. Peter felt numb. At first he even wanted to leave the bar, to run away, because if they met, they would have to talk about something, and the guy still felt guilty that he was the reason for their breakup. His infidelity was to blame, to be honest. And there was resentment too. Barbara hadn't even tried to find out then, so she was already completely indifferent to him. Maybe she had even met someone there, in a distant country. But he soon realized that he was not afraid of meeting Barbara. On the contrary, he was attracted to her, drawn to her like a magnet, just like when he was young. The man couldn't take his eyes off her. Each of her movements, each feature of her appearance, everything caused complete acceptance. Everything was almost native, his own. She seemed to feel his gaze, turned around. Their eyes met, and Barbara smiled at him without a shadow of resentment, without a shadow of contempt. Peter rose from his seat and moved toward her. They talked all night until morning, retiring to the far end of the bar, where the music was quieter, to enjoy each other's company. And they talked and talked and talked. Barbara talked about her life abroad. It wasn't easy for her, studying from morning till night, not having a settled life. What admirers? She didn't even think of having an affair. Simply no strength or time for it was not purely physically. So the speculation about other men turned out to be false. When you told me we were breaking up, it threw me off my game for a long time. I even thought about dropping out of school, but then of course I pulled myself together. Peter looked into the woman's eyes and understood, felt how hard and sad it was for her then. The guilt was overwhelming him more and more. Well, I got what I deserved for my deed, he sighed. Not for nothing they say about the boomerang of fate. And the man told about his situation with Julia. He didn't forget to mention that all these years he had only thought about her, and regretted, desperately regretted their breakup, which was initiated by himself. I felt I was not up to you. I thought you needed someone stronger and more successful. And now? What do you think now? Are you worthy of me now? That question made the man hot. He knew Barbara was asking for a reason. Really? Was there even a 1 in a million chance that something would happen between them? Maybe. Right now I'm perfectly capable of handling a gorgeous woman like you, he said jokingly, but his eyes were serious. Barbara smiled and kissed him herself. That's how they ended up together again. Both of them had already reached certain career heights. Peter was a sought-after psychologist and Barbara ran a chain of attires. They decided to buy a house and chose a cottage in a well-appointed village near the city. It seemed to both of them that it was a better place to raise their children. They already felt quite ready for parenthood. The age is quite solid, the material base is created. What's the use of procrastinating? They started planning for heirs at the stage of preparation for the wedding. Both went through doctors. The man turned out to be absolutely healthy, and she had problems. It's a pity we didn't have time to become mothers earlier. The doctor shook his head. 5 or 6 years ago, everything would have been much easier. But your problems have progressed over the years, and now there is little chance. Barbara was upset, of course, but as always, she quickly pulled herself together. She was used to challenges, used to fighting, and she thought she would win this time too. That was the way it had always been. The man supported his beloved in everything, accompanied her to medical procedures, together with her looking for information about her disease and sought advice from the best doctors. Years went by, and the desired pregnancy never came. Iron unbending lady sometimes cried from powerlessness. She really wanted a child, Peter too. He was ready to give up heirs, only if his wife was happy. Ritega was frightened by this, became uncomfortable with his wife's confusion. In a man's world, this could not be. She is strong. She never cries. She always knows what to do. He tried his best to calm his wife. When the doctors gave an unequivocal verdict, pregnancy is basically impossible. Unless a miracle happens, they had a serious conversation. This has to stop. Stop torturing yourself. All these attempts, they are bad for your health and morale. Stop torturing yourself. Many people live without children and in their own pleasure. That's normal too. Don't you want a child, your own son or daughter? I want, of course, like any other person, to continue the species. It's an innate instinct, you know, but not at such a cost. Even more, I want to live happily, and I want you, my wife, to be happy too. That's my dream. Perhaps it's time for us to accept the situation, to free ourselves from unfulfilled hopes and live in peace. We can do it. I definitely want a baby. You're a man. You probably wouldn't understand. But if this is the way things are, what can we do? You just have to accept it. I'll help you. I've got the right techniques, so. No, the woman said firmly. There are other ways to become parents. I've been looking at orphanage websites lately. You can't imagine how many of them there are now orphans. Some of them left in the maternity hospital. Some of them later deprived of their parents. There's one boy, No, the man responded immediately, that's right. There are no orphans. The man understood perfectly well what his wife was getting at a foster child from who knows where. Retag had a prejudice against adoption. His neighbors, Sergio and Mary, are good people, kind and smiling. They were always attentive to the local children and gave them candy, and let them play with their dog, and even took a sincere interest in the affairs of the neighbor children. It was especially pleasant, by the way. But they had no children of their own. Other neighbors often sighed about it, but God didn't give them any. Too bad. And then they had a baby after all, a chubby-cheeked baby boy. Peter was surprised. He already understood then that at first children are very small. They can neither walk nor talk, they are carried in a stroller. But here it was just like that. Mary herself explained to the local kids that Paul was a boy from the orphanage. That's how it happens when kids are left without parents, and some are lucky enough to be taken into a family. Peter was very happy for Paul. He was very lucky indeed. Sergio and Mary are the best parents. You can only dream of such parents. The boys took Paul under their patronage. The girls socialized with him. The boys took him to their games. And at first everyone seemed to like Paul. And then the kid began to grow up and began to manifest in him qualities that at first simply caused rejection, and then grew into something terrible, ugly, unimaginable. Simply put, he became a monster. In first grade, the boy started smoking. That's when he was first caught stealing. Paul did not want to sit quietly at lessons, beat and called children names, walked around the classroom instead of sitting at the desk. The teacher could not do anything with him. Paul swore, although his parents were intelligent people. His foster mother and father did not think he was worth anything. Peter still remembered how his parents ran around the yard at night in search of their misbehaving son. The neighborhood boys helped them. And then there's more. Paul got mixed up with a bad crowd. He skipped school, he smoked. He even started drinking when he was only a fifth grader. Adults often discussed the situation and all agreed that it was his genes. The unfortunate neighbors were presented in neighborhood conversations as innocent martyrs who had shouldered such a burden for nothing. They were really good parents. They loved the boy, practiced a lot with him. Even then, Peter realized that blood is not water, and that even the most correct upbringing cannot always correct the code which was written by nature for generations. Paul soon ended up in a juvenile prison because he maimed someone in a street fight. After that, the neighbors bought a tiny and old house somewhere on the outskirts of town and moved away. So Peter didn't know what happened to their family next. But he assumed that nothing good could be there anymore. No, he didn't agree to such a thing categorically. His wife did not fully accept his choice. His wife periodically tried to change his mind, gave seemingly reasonable arguments, told about positive examples, but he was adamant. He did not want them to turn from happy, beautiful and healthy people into the likeness of Sergio and Mary, became the same thin, pale and restrained. Well, no. The wife seemed to settle down over time. She found her purpose in other things. The woman now traveled to orphanages and helped the unfortunate, destitute children. It was charity. In one orphanage, she set up a playroom and in another a yard with swings and slides. Barbara found out what problems there were in this or that institution and solved them. Somewhere there were not enough nannies, somewhere the roof was leaking, somewhere the pupils were wearing old, no longer fashionable clothes. Barbara not only covered the primary needs of orphanages, but also did something more. She founded circles and sections right in the orphanages so that orphans could find themselves, show their talents, organized fancy holidays for children, and found like-minded people. The woman felt almost happy. She had no children of her own, but she gave joy and warmth to thousands of destitute children. Even the newspapers wrote about her activities, filmed videos. The man was happy for his wife. Finally, she found herself, realized her maternal instinct in such an interesting way. It was good for everyone. The man himself sometimes took part in the actions. He called his wife nothing but a good fairy. Barbara laughed and said that she liked the former title of queen better. Peter thought that his life was now predetermined for many years to come, but fate again threw him a test, which he again failed miserably. One of his assistants, who served as his secretary, was a young, dazzlingly beautiful woman who looked like a photo model from a glossy magazine. Peter himself didn't realize how it happened. He and his team were celebrating another successful project in a restaurant. His wife was not present. She had just left for another city on business. Sarah asked the chief to dance. Peter saw her huge mermaid eyes for the first time. Peter couldn't resist. How is it even possible to be sympathized with such a beautiful woman? They went to Sarahline's rented apartment and spent the night there. In the morning, he did not regret anything, strangely enough. On the contrary, he felt happy next to a beautiful woman. Anyway, they became lovers. Sarah was just perfect, beautiful, not demanding, passionate. She realized that their relationship is a secret and did not seem to claim anything at first, and then began to talk about love, the development of their affair, and even about divorce. Peter didn't understand himself. He was physically attracted to Sarah. He was crazy about her green eyes and slightly husky voice, her smell, her blonde hair. But Barbara was her own person in spirit. The man, being a psychologist, couldn't make sense of himself. Was it really possible? He fell in love with two women at once. All in all, difficult times had come for Retag. Now he felt guilty in front of both of them as lawful wedded wife and his wife. A decision had to be made. But how to do it, so that he would not regret it? And then Sagalapina pulled a trump card out of her sleeve. Just think, I'll give you a child our own. Barbara won't be able to do that. But me. Peter thought about it. Indeed, with Sagalinina they could have a strong, full-fledged family. But it would be hard to leave Barbara too. She is already dear, own, faithful, reliable. To betray her again. And yet the decision is ripe. He chose the secretary. At the same time, with Barbara planned to remain in friendly relations. But the man did not dare to voice his decision to his wife. The mistress pressed, hurried. She could be understood. She wanted certainty. But he was still slow. And again, for the umpteenth time, fate intervened. Something happened that he never expected. One day his wife said they needed to have a serious talk. The conversation took place in the evening in the living room of a house too spacious for a family of two. Peter was nervous. It seemed to him that Barbara had found out everything about him and was about to ask him uncomfortable questions. On the one hand, that would be even better. At least things would finally be resolved. On the other hand, I wanted to present the situation in a different way. I have some bad news for you, his wife began. Peter tensed up. Here it comes. Only further wife told such a story that worries about the disclosure of the affair seemed to be nonsense. I am ill, and very seriously. I've been diagnosed with an incurable blood disease. I only found out recently. It took a long time to get a diagnosis. Why? Why didn't I tell you before? She grinned. I just didn't want to worry you before. I thought it was just a vitamin deficiency or something. And then I got this terrible diagnosis. Is there really no cure? It's the 21st century. He didn't want to believe what his wife was saying. It seemed that anything could be cured nowadays, if only there was money. And luckily they had the money. Barbara shook her head sadly. She put her hands on the man's shoulders. She's comforting him, too, in this state. It's amazing. I don't believe you can't be helped. We're going to fight. Peter was going to leave his wife, but he didn't want to lose her like this, for good, permanently. Barbara meant a lot to him. She was his own person, dear and beloved. He wouldn't give her up to some disease, no way. Do you remember years ago when you said we had to accept the fact that we weren't going to have children? Accept the situation. That's what I'm saying now. We just have to accept it. He shook his head. No, it wasn't the same. And again, the tests, the clinics, the consultations with medical luminaries from all over the world. Only now the fight was not for the dream of parenthood, but for life. The man was not going to give up. He studied a lot of information about his wife's disease, now better understood the situation. Yes, the disease really turned out to be very insidious and dangerous. Most patients after diagnosis died within a year. But there were exceptions, cases of miraculous healing, and Peter hoped for that. Of course, he didn't say anything about the mistress. It was not enough to kill a man in such a state with bad news. Sarah agreed with Retag's decision. She said she was willing to wait until the situation was resolved one way or another. She even supported him, saw how hard it was for him, understood perfectly well that his wife meant a lot to him, but she was not jealous. a perfect life companion. Barbara was getting worse and worse, despite intensive treatment, and she was slowly fading away. Her husband was caring for her on his own. It was clear that these were her last days. It was hard to realize that the fight was lost. The man was still unable to come to terms with it, but the patient seemed to accept the situation and even calmed down. The woman quite consciously enjoyed every day, realizing that there was not much left. She met with friends, visited beautiful and favorite places while she had strength. The man tried to accompany his wife everywhere, but he had a job and the secretary needed some attention. However, Barbara sometimes asked him to leave her alone. They talked a lot during this period. "I am grateful to fate that I have such a man as you in my life," the woman smiled. "You always understood me like no one else, felt my soul. It is worth a lot." The man smiled, squeezed his wife's hand, and felt guilty again. It's good that she doesn't know about Caroline after all. What a blessing that he didn't have time to reveal his cards in front of his wife. All that's needed is a negative experience at such a difficult time. I think about it sometimes too. What a blessing that we finally met. He answered quite sincerely, "You are a unique person, the closest to me." And these words too, paradoxically, were pure truth. He understood perfectly well that he was losing a dear person, a close friend, and a warmer and deeper relationship in his life will not be. She left at dawn in her sleep. Quietly and calmly. An easy end, as many people said afterwards. A nurse slept in the room with her. Her frightened scream was what woke Retag, and he immediately understood everything. The ambulance, the police, filling out some paperwork, preparing to say goodbye. Everything was happening in a fog. He couldn't accept the fact that Barbara was gone. Not at all, not anywhere. Where could it all suddenly disappear to? Her sharp mind, her love of children, her determination, her courage. How could this be possible? Retega stood by her in this difficult moment. She honestly tried to reassure the man, but she had never felt him as subtly as Barbara. She said things that hurt the man even more. It's all for the best. At least she didn't have any pain now. In fact, the situation resolved itself. You didn't even have to say anything. Peter shook his head. How can losing someone like that be for the best? She just doesn't understand anything. There were even such words, think about it. You will get everything now, you had no children, so you are the only heir. And in a divorce, everything would have to be divided in half. The man looked at her in such a way that she immediately realized what a terrible foolishness she had said. The girl tried to remedy the situation. Well, I mean, she got sick anyway. It would have happened anyway. And here's such a benefit. Just shut up, the widower asked. People came to say goodbye. Lots of people, colleagues and friends, and also those whom she had helped for many years. They came up to the man, expressed their condolences, said good words about his wife, and Peter was proud of her. He was proud of his wonderful wife. He was desperately sorry that he too rarely told her how wonderful she was, and yet he was glad that sometimes he did. A few days had passed since Barbara had left when he received a phone call from a woman who introduced herself as a notary and made an appointment to read the will. Peter was surprised. He didn't know that his wife had made a will. Probably she decided to make it easier for him to receive the inheritance. She had taken care of everything. And now Peter sat in the kitchen and smoked out the window. It was early morning. Sarah was still asleep, and he was suffering from insomnia, unfortunately. He wanted to go to sleep and see Barbara, maybe even talk to her. The man sighed and put the kettle on. He should drink coffee, strong, hot, black. Maybe it would cheer him up a little, because his head was so heavy. Peter poured the steaming coffee into a cup, sat down at the table again, and thought. He remembered Barbara. Their life, her dreams and plans and desires. Yeah, the world had lost a lot of things. She had done so much good for people, for underprivileged children. Barbara was even seriously afraid to hear from the notary that the woman had bequeathed all her money to some orphanage or children's home. He was distracted from his thoughts by his mistress. She flew into the kitchen, anxious, disheveled, but still unrealistically beautiful. "We're late," she said, her voice trembling with excitement. "I overslept, and you don't know why you're sitting here." Peter, as if out of a daze, took a sip of long, cooled coffee and began to pack. They still managed to get there in time, and arrived at the office when the meeting with the notary was still 5 minutes away. It was lucky, no traffic, no accidents on the way. His companion looked luxurious, even too luxurious for such an occasion. Tight dark gray dress emphasized the graceful curves of her figure. Light blonde hair flowed beautifully over her fragile shoulders. But now Retag was not interested in admiring his companion. He wanted to go back about 5 years, when these two important women were not around. The girl turned around on the porch and, trying to hide her irritation, turned to him. He grinned. He understood his mistress was eager to know what he had inherited from Barbara. As they entered the notary's office, an old woman, dressed very modestly, even poorly, hurried in. What to say, she looked like a beggar. And a girl, a lovely, charming girl, about 10 years old. Wavy, blonde hair, big gray eyes. Peter looked at her and couldn't understand. This child reminded him of someone. Just who? Could it be a relative of the deceased? Maybe he had met this little girl once before. Just in case, the man politely and kindly said hello to both the grandmother and her granddaughter. The old woman answered cautiously, somehow wary or averse. But the girl smiled broadly, which made his soul immediately lighten. She looked at the old woman and the girl as if they were nasty spiders in a jar. She obviously hadn't expected to see them here. "Have a seat," smiled the notary, dressed in an elegant pantsuit. Everyone present followed her advice. "I thought only the deceased's loved ones would be here." She raised her thin eyebrows and said, "Those who appear in the will." "That's right," the notary nodded. Segalinina's eyebrows rose even higher in surprise or indignation, and she gave the old woman and the girl another scornful glance. "Are we expecting someone else?" Sahalinina asked, putting her foot on her leg. "No, everyone is here now." The notary behaved professionally and did not react to the negativity of the capricious visitor. She stood up, expressed her condolences, said a few warm words about Barbara, and then took out of a large envelope a double-folded sheet of paper, both sides written in neat handwriting. "This letter is for you." The notary handed the sheet to the man. "You can read it here. Here the deceased explains everything to you." He clutched the letter with both hands. He couldn't wait to be alone to read the last message of his beloved. There was no doubt in his mind that something very important was written there. After that, the notary began to read out the will aloud, as was customary. As expected, a considerable amount of money was given to the foundation, which was engaged in the support of orphans. The mistress wrinkled her nose when she heard the size of the transfer. But the husband got all the real estate, cars, and even business. The man, however, had no idea what he should do with a network of attires. He never really got into his wife's business, but it seemed that this business was already quite a well-oiled mechanism. It worked like clockwork by itself. Barbara had managed to set up the firm in such a way that everything functioned without her direct participation and control. And then the notary said something that made Salinina jump. The deceased had bequeathed a large sum of money to a girl named Eva, the same girl who was sitting across from her grandmother. Eva didn't even pay attention to the amount. She was too young to realize how much money it was. But the old woman realized everything. She shuddered, turned pale, then even blushed. An obliging female notary immediately offered the agitated visitor a glass of water. "Who are these people?" Indignant. "We don't know them. Are they her relatives? They're obviously not first cousins. Otherwise, the deceased's husband would have known them. What's going on? Is this all done by law?" "Legally," confirmed the notary. "It's the will of the deceased. A person can name whoever they want in the will. It doesn't have to be relatives." "Who are you?" "I've already addressed the old lady directly. Scammers? Don't get your hopes up, you'll get nothing. I'll prove that she was incapacitated when she signed the will. She's a sick person. And you must have taken advantage of her condition?" She looked at her. Not with fright, no, more with disappointment. The man noticed that at the beginning of the meeting the girl had admired her. Of course, such a beauty, just a photo model. But now the idol was turning into a monster before his eyes. "Calm down." Irritatedly threw over his shoulder the man. He himself was not surprised by this outcome. The man realized that his spouse would definitely let some of what she had accumulated during her life go to charity. The girl and the grandmother are obviously very poor. Surely his wife wanted to help them. But why them? And with such a large sum of money. "Excuse me, I'm not protesting in any way," he said to the old woman. "If my wife has decided so, then it's right. But I'm just curious. How did you meet Barbara? Why did she choose you? The old woman looked him carefully in the eyes. Read the letter and you'll understand. EVA, we have to go. The girl slipped off the chair with relief. What was happening was clearly beginning to strain her. Let's read the letter, she demanded as the door slammed shut behind her. At least we'll know who they are. You see, I must read it in private. She raised her lips resentfully, but remained silent. Peter sat in an old coffee shop he'd frequented as a student. He had chosen the farthest table against the wall behind the racks and plants. It was quiet, peaceful, cozy, and lonely. There was no better place to finally read a letter. It was not so easy to get rid of the mistress. She wanted to be with him when he began to read the letter. He even had to raise his voice at her. And now here he was, alone with the letter. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. I wonder what his beloved wanted to tell him. Well, hello, Peter. If you're reading this letter, it means, unfortunately, I'm gone. It's a shame, of course. Life is a good thing. Anyway, it's all happened now. So it's time for you to find out about everything. I love you. You know you love me too. I'm sure of that, despite your occasional flings. By the way, I know about Sarah. I wish I could have seen her face when she heard how much money I bequeathed to Evie. It must have been fun. He shuddered. So she knew everything. What a nightmare. And he had made such an effort not to upset his wife. All the energy that should have gone into fighting the disease. Don't think I don't take offense because of Sarah. I understand everything. You're the kind of person who can't live his whole life with one woman. A creative person who needs inspiration. Amused. Peter thought, wow. His wife understood him better than he understood himself. She is just such a muse. But I never doubted that you loved me, really. You were there for me during a difficult time in my life. Supportive, caring, that's priceless. I wasn't so scared with you. You fought so fiercely for me when I already realized that that was it, when I had resigned myself to it. But you didn't give up until the end. You have no idea what it all meant to me. Thank you for that. And know that you are my nearest and dearest person. The man felt tears come to his eyes. The sharp pain of losing Barbara pierced his heart again. Yes, he felt the same way. She had been a close and kindred spirit to him. They were more than just husband and wife soul mates, kindred spirits. He was willing to move mountains for her, and she would do the same for him. Now let's talk about EVA. Wonderful girl, isn't she? You've probably seen her already. She's so sweet. Doesn't she remind you of anyone? She's like someone who's not a stranger to both of us. I met her a long time ago. 3 years ago. She was just a little girl then. You know, I was helping orphanages. She's an orphan too. But at least she has a great-grandmother. But she and her grandmother lived very poorly. And at that time the situation became so difficult that the old lady had to give her granddaughter to an orphanage. It was hard for both of them, but in the orphanage the girl was fed and clothed, but great-grandmother could not always do it. I saw her at a New Year's Eve performance. The children had prepared a big concert. The girl's great-grandmother was in the hall. She, by the way, cried without ceasing, blotting her eyes with a handkerchief. A sad sight. The girl attracted my attention first by her appearance. The little beauty reminded me of someone, only I did not immediately realize who. Have you finally figured it out, or not yet? I asked the teachers about the fate of the little girl and was horrified. 7-year-old girl had to go through something that not every adult can withstand. At first, she had everything to be happy. She lived in a small town with her mother, grandmother, and grandfather. True, there was no daddy in the family, but this is not uncommon today. It's true that many children grow up without fathers. There is nothing surprising in this. Eva was everyone's favorite. The young mother was very fond of her. It was said that she gave birth to a girl from a very favorite man, and he abandoned them, did not want to become a father, afraid. It's good that mom had good parents. Of course, they did not abandon their daughter in a difficult situation and accepted, supported, and when she gave birth, very helpful to the young mother with a baby girl. They lived like that, and the 4 of them. Grandmother was engaged in the household, grandfather earned money to feed the family, and the mother finished her university studies by correspondence, because now she had a baby in her arms. The girl grew up a healthy and obedient child. About such people say gift children. Her mother simply adored her. Grandmother and grandfather in her soul did not dote. There was no extra money in the family, but adults spoiled her as much as possible. Her mother had a dream to go to the sea with her daughter, to show the little girl the high waves, walk with her along the coast, breathe fresh sea air. When the girl grew up a little, the grandfather decided to fulfill the wish of his daughter and granddaughter. He bought up some money and planned a trip to the sea in the family car. It was cheaper that way. She was only 4 years old at the time. At first, everything was going just fine. The family had a wonderful vacation at the seaside. All their dreams came true: walks along the shore, a southern tan, and beautiful bright pictures. But on the way back, on the way home on the highway, there was a terrible accident. The car lost control and went into a ditch. Later, the cause was determined. It turned out that grandfather had a heart attack right behind the wheel. A long trip, heat, plenty of impressions, a sudden change of climate. A lot of factors came together. That's the result. The driver himself was almost unhurt, but he was not taken to the hospital. The cause of death was that very heart attack. His wife died on the spot from her injuries. His daughter, Eva's mother, she was taken to the hospital, but the condition of the young woman was very serious. She was placed in intensive care. And what happened to the youngest passenger? It's a miracle she survived. Just a couple of abrasions, a fright, but not a minor fright. The girl cried out at night for a long time, and often dreamed about this terrible accident. The little girl was taken to her only close relative, great-grandmother. She lost her son-in-law and daughter in the accident. The little girl's mother was in a serious condition, but there was still hope for her salvation. Loan for treatment required money, and a lot of it. So the old lady had to sell the apartment where the happy family lived. The treatment didn't work. The mother was not saved. The girl was left an orphan. She had no one but an old great-grandmother. No, there was a father somewhere, but how to find him? The old woman did not know the details of her granddaughter's history. She had no idea where her father might be. And does he need a daughter if he has already abandoned her? There was nothing to do. Great-grandmother began to raise her little granddaughter alone. It was hard. It's not easy to keep up with a small child at such a respectable age. Great-grandmother's pension was miserable. Her health was also poor. She couldn't get a part-time job. There was also an allowance to formalize and confirm. It had to be every year, and it cost the old woman a lot of work. So many papers to collect, so many offices to run through. But the old woman tried, ran, collected so that her great-granddaughter had at least this minimum allowance. And somehow the old woman and the girl lived poorly, saving money on everything, already suffering, but they kept afloat. And then it was time to go to school. The family budget couldn't bear the new expenses. My great-grandmother did her best to get her great-granddaughter to school, even going into debt. And after that, there were very bad times when even bread was not enough every day. So great-grandmother made the decision and put the girl in an orphanage, temporarily due to the difficult financial situation. And then that concert, the stage, I saw her. I was hooked by her looks, and it spun. She looks a lot like you. Did you notice that? Same eyes, same look, same spread. Check it out, and the mole on her cheek. Even the mole is exactly the same. I looked at the girl and realized that coincidences like that just don't happen. And then it turned out that it really wasn't a coincidence. Peter tore himself away from the letter. How had he not guessed it at once? Evia really looked like him. It was not without reason that the girl seemed familiar to him. He saw almost the same features in the mirror every day. I dug deeper. I even had to hire detectives. And I found out. Anyway, just don't fall off your chair, or whatever you're sitting on right now. That's your daughter. I purposely withheld her mother's name before, or you'd have guessed right away. And I like to keep things intriguing. You know, it's more interesting that way. That's what my great-grandmother told me, that you left Julia pregnant. Scared, didn't want to be a father, didn't want to take responsibility. I immediately thought there was something wrong. So of course I dug deeper again. I found out that you wanted to get married, but the wedding didn't happen. Why? I tracked down her best friend. She told me. The girl's father was against the wedding. He did send his daughter to the hospital, but it turned out she couldn't do anything. All the deadlines had passed. She seemed to love you very much and begged her parents to let her become your wife, especially since you had already filed an application, but her father was adamant. He thought that, being a wife and mother, his daughter will certainly not finish university, and decided so the daughter gives birth, lives with her parents. They help with the baby, and she finishes her studies, builds a career, and then does what she wants. But the accident happened soon after she got her diploma. Who knows, maybe if she'd stayed alive, she would have found you sooner. She probably would have. Well, Eva's great-grandmother was simply unaware of who the girl's father was, so she couldn't find you if she wanted to. That's the story. If it hadn't been for chance, the girl would still be fatherless. Now I hope you understand why I left her such a large inheritance. She's your daughter. I had to help that girl. It wasn't just money, I hope. I think I gave something much more valuable, finding a father for the girl. I know how you long for a child, a baby of your own. And here you have a ready-made daughter, all grown up. Interesting with her own opinions and personality. She's wonderful, and she needs you very, very much. And you need her. Just do me a favor, don't make Caroline the girl's stepmother. She'll make her life a nightmare. Find someone else who's more empathetic and understanding. You deserve better than that. And so does EVA. I believe that you are the closest people. You will reunite and live happily ever after. I wish I could be there for you. I love you and kiss you. Take care of each other. Peter, who had finished reading, only then noticed that his hands were trembling. As a postscript, the wife had left the address of the girl and a link to a DNA test, which, as it turned out, this amazing woman had managed to conduct secretly from her husband. Peter did not doubt the result of this research. A light, fresh breeze was blowing from the sea. It was too cold for swimming, but walking along the shore in such weather was a pleasure. A man walked along the sand holding his daughter's hand. It was hard to get used to it, but how pleasant it was to say to someone, "This is my daughter." They talked a lot, traveled a lot, talked about everything in the world. Peter felt absolutely happy, and he knew very well who he had to thank for this happiness: Barbara. Amazing, unique, intelligent, sensitive, kind. Sometimes it seemed to re-tag that she was somewhere nearby, looking at him and his daughter and smiling contentedly. How long can you sit on my neck? Husband freaked out. Why did she do it in the first place? I don't know. She wasn't old. She wasn't exactly a hag. Another thing is that he, her spoilt, crazy husband, needed a young one. The concept of young for Tom was clear. If a girl did not marry before 21 years old, then she is too old and something wrong with her. Don't ask me why 21st century medieval attitudes. It happens. And Kelly, 36, is a childless grandmother. It's like Tom's forgotten the time when he thought of his wife as his greatest treasure. Spoiled her, bought her everything she wanted, not even for her, but for him. Dragging her around the country from job to job. And then she became a suitcase without a handle. It happened without either of them noticing. She was 18 when they got married. He was 10 years older. She was pretty, in the style of actresses of the 50s, short stature, delicate face, big eyes. He's the most ordinary. You wouldn't immediately remember what he looked like unless they said his name. It seemed to Kelly that Tom had not just fallen in love with her, but clung to her like a tick. He couldn't let anyone else have her. After walking her home in the evening, he wouldn't dare leave the entrance for another hour or two until he saw the lights go out and the windows darken. Surely he was afraid that before Kelly went to bed, someone else might come in and take her away. There was no question about the seriousness of his intentions. He'd proposed to her within a week of meeting her. Tom cared less about the wedding itself, the restaurant, the guests, the honeymoon. Can we do it with or without him? All he cared about was getting married and taking Kelly with him. In the meantime, Tom had quit his job again and was moving up north. Kelly's father kept silent, only sighed, resigned to his fate. And her mother cried she didn't want her only daughter to go so far away. Kelly herself had no time to think about it. Registry office on a weekday, without any celebration. Some hastily organized home parties, and now the train. A rainy evening, and the carriage slowly begins to sail away from the platform. There in the new place, Tom rented a flat, waiting for the time when they would have their own. No carriages, dormitories, or the like that his new mates were content with. It wasn't so much that he was chasing comfort as he wanted to keep Kelly away from any encounters, even casual ones. She was to sit in that 9th floor flat like Rapunzel in the tower, seeing no one but her husband. When Tom was free, they'd go on nature trips. Kelly appreciated the beauty of the north, those pewter, brass, silver colors of the short summer, the still water mesmerizing. The rest of the time she was entertained by books. She'd signed up at the library. And serials, those endless ones where at the beginning of the series the characters start making themselves coffee and then finish the cup at the end. Serials that you could do all your housework to. Tom was a blob of energy, and that's what he took the others by. Charming seemed not at the expense of appearance or intelligence, but because of this vitality, which many lack. In certain cases, if there was no one brighter, he could become the soul of the company. He was always and everywhere regarded by his superiors as indispensable. He really was a jack of all trades. And when he got bored in one place and broke off to go to the other side of the country, it was always regretted by the bosses and those with whom Anatoly worked, and the women with whom he managed to get acquainted and who envied Kelly. "You're not a military man," Kelly said to her husband, "but I feel like an officer's wife always traveling over the road." Tom had always had money. He would never work for an idea. And now, to comfort and cheer up his wife, he floods her with presents. In the wardrobe, racks of dresses, blouses, and suits hung as tightly as if they were in a shop. Kelly could match the outfits with shoes of the right color. And the saying, "a well-to-do woman is one who doesn't wear ripped tights under her trousers," certainly applied to Kelly. He wouldn't let her work. It was out of the question. "We've got enough money," Tom said. "Nothing to go where you can find adventures on your tail." And he didn't want kids for a long time, maybe 10 years. Whether it was the settled, beautiful home life with quiet evenings, cleanliness and freedom to dispose of his time that was more precious to him, or whether he was subconsciously afraid that he would be jealous of Kelly, even of a child. When they finally settled down in a large regional city, their own flat was bought. Tom became a small boss. It turned out that Kelly could not get pregnant and give birth in any way. But this was not the main reason why her husband's attitude to her changed. She simply remained as she was, pretty, but no longer young. But young, quiet, not entering into arguments, and so predictable. He'd had enough of the bland. What did he want? The first time he said it was an accident. It wasn't worth mentioning. He forgot it immediately. "You're sitting on my neck." Kelly threw her head back. That phrase clawed at her heart. Those words, casually dropped, are always the most sincere. Tom didn't pursue the subject. He was still putting together the wardrobe she'd bought, but his face was absent. In his thoughts, he lived somewhere else. It wasn't long before she realized he had another. He had a crush on a girl the same age Kelly had been when they met. The age difference seemed so vast to Kelly that a connection couldn't be in her mind. It would look both ridiculous and laughable. Naive Daisy. Tom's passion was named Jane, and she was the complete opposite of his wife. An athletic girl with long, strong runner's legs and hair dyed bright pink. And she had so many things, like intricate patterns on her long, sharp toenails, piercings in every possible place, intricate tattoos that Jane could be looked at for a long time, like a painting or a puzzle. However, Jane didn't make men puzzle for long. She gave up quickly, if the price was right. All this Kelly had learned in roundabout ways. The big city wasn't really that big. There was only one thing that bothered Tom, but it was the most important thing for her. Jane was not averse to making money wherever she had a chance. The concept of fidelity did not fit in the head of the pink Malvina. She was flying. You want to let her go and keep her at the same time. To let her go, so as not to suffer and not to be tormented by jealousy, to keep her, because without her, no way. Without Malvina, life seemed long, empty and boring, like a gray canvas that stretches to the horizon. His wife became annoying, because she was that very cloth-smooth, predictable, without a single bump. You could walk on it with your eyes closed and never stumble. Tom was tired even of Kelly's cuteness, which was beginning to show. If there was a reason to fight, a thunderstorm broke out. A consonant word for a tiff, they'd break everything that could be broken, from dishes to relationships. Maybe he'd feel better. But Kelly didn't go for the provocation. She stood over the cooker, slow-cooking borscht sacred. The smell of meat, garlic, parsley, and satiety. If satiety can have an odor. Even if you swear you eat such borscht and you feel happy. Tom overcame himself and decided to hurry things up. He had a wide circle of acquaintances, including a pimp. No, not the film boy who arrives in a nice car to herd girls on the red light street. Michael was a subtle personality. Either a pimp or a procurer. He could order a girl, a boy, a waistcoat to cry into all night. Michael was also a pro. He could unmistakably determine who was worth what and who to offer whom. Sometimes he did things that were completely unexpected, but he was never wrong. He knew that this young blonde, with the appearance of a model, can get sick of his partner in an evening. But that woman over there, which seems to be nothing special, will be carried in his arms for a long time. Tom saw Michael several times a year in companies of a certain kind, and always by chance. The next meeting was just as casual, but suddenly Tom had a thought that struck him as brilliant. Maybe he'd just had too much to drink. "Listen, can't you put my wife on the case?" he said. Michael had seen a lot of things in his life, perhaps too much, but here he was dumbfounded. Yes, among his clientele were married women who sometimes wanted a thrill and who would not mind going left. Almost all of them wanted their cheating to remain a secret, except for one totally promiscuous couple who were looking for another equally promiscuous couple. Michael tried to advise the casual acquaintance to go wake up, but the same life experience told him that it would be a good idea to look at this spouse with his own eyes. You never know. They made an appointment. Tom didn't tell Kelly who Michael was. Maybe she wouldn't be right for him, and then they'd have to say goodbye to the tempting idea. He couldn't just leave Kelly at the railway station on a corner somewhere to find her own clients. It would be easier to just kick her out. Divorce her. Michael came to visit, as if he were just an acquaintance. Kelly served the men coffee. She baked a pie with apples and set the table, moving, as always, silently and without uttering unnecessary words. She tried not to interfere with the conversation, present but not involved and not noticing that Michael was watching her. Tom also cast glances at his wife, but not satisfied. Kelly had not dressed up as he had asked. She remained in a simple homemade dress, blue with a ruffle, her hair gathered in a ponytail. She was an actress. Now she was a Ryazan woman. Who needs such a woman? Every man's got one of those. Michael didn't stay long. Tom went out to escort him up the stairs. He was sure that Michael would reject the goods, but he said vaguely, "We'll see." And that was the end of it. 3 weeks later, he called out of the blue and asked Tom for Kelly's phone number. "What do you want?" Tom became wary. Michael was silent for a few moments. "I don't understand what this shifty man wants in the end. To compete with him, to sell his wife himself. Flag in hand and a steamroller to go with it." But Michael indeed had an extraordinary case. So he clarified. "I think your Kelly would be good for one person, for a conversation." "What do you mean, a conversation?" "He has circumstances. I won't go into details, none of your business, sorry, but this man will be at the restaurant late tonight. He'll be drinking a lot, and he'll probably want someone to be there for him. You listen to what he says, or just keep silent with him. I answer with my head, no one will hurt your wife." "Huh?" Tom's got it. "Then Kelly's fine. When it comes to keeping quiet, she's the best. So give me her phone number, dummy. Because you and I are getting a film, the groom agrees, the relatives agree, and the bride has to be persuaded." In relations with women, if it was necessary, Michael knew how not to press, but to achieve his goal by persuasion found the way to the heart. Tom hesitated a moment, and the phone dictated. Later he would discuss these piquant details with Malvina, and she would complain that there would be no one to take pictures of the secret meeting. If there was dirt on anyone, she would be even more submissive. When he got the number he was looking for, the pimp called immediately. "Kelly," he said. "Do you remember me?" "It's Michael, I was visiting you. I have a huge favor to ask of you, don't take it for granted." The woman didn't answer, but Michael realized she wasn't speaking because she was confused. "Come to this restaurant tonight. I'll introduce you to a man who cannot be left alone. Believe me, it's very important. You'll save your soul." "You should see a psychiatrist," Kelly said and hung up. Then she went about her usual business, and somewhere in the back of her mind, like a spring that had suddenly broken through, she was filled with the thought that it was not for nothing, that it was Tom who had thought up and organized everything. Both Michael and the meeting to which she had now been called. It made her want to cry. Kelly suddenly realized that she hadn't cried for a long, long time. Maybe she hadn't even learned how. You could shed tears if you felt sorry for yourself, but she was too tired to comfort herself. Tom didn't want to look ahead to see a routine life, an impending old age. Kelly was afraid to look back. She could see herself standing there in that kerchief, with the dust rag. The years were behind her, when she'd gone from princess to Cinderella. and the prince had degenerated and wouldn't divorce her. Kelly felt like getting drunk. She called Michael back. "Okay, I'll go," she said. It was a hotel restaurant, fancy and so expensive that Kelly was embarrassed to even walk past it. The carpeting there was already outside, and there were vases of orchids at the entrance. Kelly hadn't bought clothes in a long time. She'd stayed in that other life, with her husband blowing dust off her. And now Kelly didn't know what to wear. If all she had to do was talk, this dark blue jacket would do. She could match it with the pale blue silk dress she had once loved so much. The silk was real, delicate, not weighty. But there was hardly any cosmetics at home, and perfume only Grasshopper Bridge, with its heavy, clingy odor. Kelly was ready for Michael to send her back, to call some young girl for his client. She was even more embarrassed that she had come first. She walked around the entrance for a while, hesitant to stop lest she be chased away. There must be someone like a doorman. He'd be out in a minute. "Why are you standing here? You can't linger here." A black car pulled up. Very inconspicuous, Michael the pimp didn't like too much attention. He got out with the businesslike look of a man who comes to this hotel almost every day. He recognized Kelly immediately. He nodded, didn't say anything about her appearance, but as if he was grateful that she had agreed to this venture at all, and was standing here in person, not late. He took her politely under the elbow, and they went inside. The restaurant was in a semi-basement. Kelly was far from all that. She was much more comfortable with unsophisticated dumplings and pie shops. She would have felt out of place, even if she'd just come here with friends. Now she was tense, looking around, even though she didn't know who was waiting for her. Michael knew. The dim lights, the heavy wooden tables, the bar. For some reason it all reminded Kelly of an old sailing ship, a caravel being carried along by the waves of life. Michael took Kelly to the corner farthest from the entrance, the one with the least light. Here sat the man they needed, or who needed them. A dark-haired, middle-aged man with a thin, nervous face. Kelly noticed there was a hat lying next to him. Who wore hats nowadays? The glass of wine was almost finished. Miss Kelly introduced Michael's companion, and Kelly threw him a surprised look. How did he know her middle name? "She'll sit with you as long as you want." Michael understood, but he didn't answer her question. "He'll give the name himself if he wants to. Well, I'll leave you to it." The man nodded carelessly. He was immersed in his own thoughts. Another similar nod to Kelly for her to sit down. She sat down with a straight back. There were hardly any customers in the restaurant. Only at one other table, a group of men engrossed in conversation. A young bartender behind the counter, in a white shirt and black waistcoat, and a waitress who approached them almost immediately. A dyed blonde in her mid-40s. She had a tired look. "Order whatever you want," the man said to Kelly, nodding at the menu. What food could she think of right now? She was feverish with excitement. A glance at her was enough to realize that. "Bring us some for now." Kelly didn't know what the mysterious-sounding words meant, but she guessed they meant wine or something stronger, and an appetizer of some kind. There was silence in the air as they waited for the waitress. "What should I call you anyway?" Kelly asked. And after a while, "Are you sick?" He was definitely awake. There was confusion in his voice. "What makes you think that?" She shrugged her shoulders. "Nothing else occurred to me. Only that you have learnt that you are ill with some terrible, hopeless disease and have no one to talk to. And I'm now a traveling companion who won't see you tomorrow, so it's okay. You will indeed, one of these days, hear of my death," he said tiredly and calmly, as if it were a done deal. "But it is of no consequence." He took her hand, but there was nothing sensual in the movement, nothing of the kind. He held her wrist. "Here you are, you need to check your heart. Remind me when you leave. I'll text you the number and you call." "You're a doctor." She suddenly remembered him. Yes, he was a doctor, a very famous one. The kind of doctor they always say was from God, from God. She remembered his name, James, but his middle name was lost somewhere. Then I realized. "What do you want to put your hands on yourself?" "Others will do it for me." "But how? Are you being threatened?" She didn't understand. Maybe some crazy patients he didn't cure. You can't save everyone. But if you know, why don't you leave? Why don't you run away from them? They'll get you everywhere. There's nothing you can do about it. But I can still live today." There was a momentary flash of rage in his voice. "Exactly." He tried to argue with fate for a moment. The waitress brought the wine. James signaled for her to leave. She came back with another tray, set out the plates of appetizers, and finally left them alone. "What do they want with you?" Kelly asked. "What for anyway?" He was silent for a moment, then said, as if he hadn't heard her, as if he were talking to himself, "I've had quite a lot of time, after all. Life could have been shorter and much more precious, so there's not much to repent or regret. But behind it all was a little boy who was desperately scared. And Kelly realized that. She touched his hand too, but not in the way he had done before. She just covered his hand with hers, letting him know that she felt his fear, and she felt sorry for him. "Do you have anyone?" Kelly asked, and anticipating that he wouldn't understand her question or would misunderstand it, she clarified, "My mom, my sister, someone in the family. Can't you go to them?" He shook his head. "I have relatives, but they are far away in Siberia. We haven't been in touch for a long time. It's just that life has separated us. But I wouldn't go to them anyway. You can't set them up." She took a few sips of this insanely expensive wine, which didn't seem to taste like anything special, but it made her head swim gently. And despite the oddly tragic note of the conversation, a sense of flight and recklessness came. "It's a good thing you have someone at all," she said. "I miss it all so much now, my childhood, my grandmother, whom I would hug now, her old house. It's a former merchant's house. It had such thick walls, such wide windowsills, and many, many geraniums. I even remember the feeling of it sitting on the windowsill, knees tucked up, a ray of sunlight falling on your face so that you squeeze your eyes shut, and the smell of geraniums. Everything was so safe and solid then, and it seemed like it would always be that way." Kelly noticed that the memories of his childhood seemed to bring him out of his stupor from the world where he was now. James was distracted, herself, in her most difficult, infinitely difficult moments. It had been a lifesaver. Thinking back to the distant years was like diving to great depths. Everything appears a little unreal, a little blurred. It makes my ears pop, but the rest of what I want to think about ceases to exist. So they sat there, reminiscing about their childhood, each of them his own. It didn't matter how interesting and coherent the story turned out to be. What mattered was that you wrap yourself in that memory like a warm blanket. James was talking about a stream that ran through the park in their town, which went into a mysterious black pipe to make films, that's all, and then flowed into a pond, where in summer the boys caught small fish, the size of a little finger, and in winter they skated. And you could clear the snow with a mitten, look through the ice, as if into an aquarium at the algae, at the green beads of cassava, at the still frog, which also looked at you eye to eye. "Come on, I'll walk you back to your room," Kelly said at last. The hour was such that it was time for the restaurant to close as well. She could sense from herself that it would be hard for her to stand on her feet. And how would he feel? He'd started drinking before she got there. But if they leaned on each other, they'd make it. He remembered his number was 211. But when they stopped in front of the door, he gave the key to Kelly, not sure he could get into the keyhole. There were mirrors and orchids in here too. Orchid pots were everywhere in this hotel, and there was glass and metal all around, all so shiny, cold, reflecting you 1,333 times. James put his arm around Kelly and stood, swaying slightly. She was precisely the one person he was related to that was so hard for him to tear himself away from. An inexplicable feeling came over her as she pressed herself against his chest. They just stood there, neither moving. And still, just yesterday, Kelly wouldn't have imagined for herself that such a thing was possible. She was reminded of the boy Ben she'd known since she was a little girl. He lived in their backyard. Only she'd been very young then, about 4 or 5 years old, and he was already graduating from high school. A handsome red-haired boy, her first love, which she hid from everyone, even from her mom. Then they saw each other many years later. He became a helicopter pilot, went to Afghanistan, fought in battles, got married. His Mia was a very sick person, a severe diabetic, and everything was repeatedly complicated by her carelessness. She could forget to give an injection on time, and he trembled when he rushed home after work. What would he catch? Would everything be safe there? He didn't look like his old self anymore, heavy, gray-haired. But Kelly had a wonderful feeling every time she found herself in his company. The cliched expression, like being behind a stone wall, was the most accurate. Protection, calmness, confidence in her own safety, and the fact that he would not let anything bad happen would shield her from everything. Of course, they remembered each other, talked about their childhood. And Kelly admitted to no one that she often envied me as diabetes. And now James was the second one to come her way. It couldn't be explained in words. He was in some desperate bind from which he saw no hope of getting out, and she was beside him, feeling the peace she'd only had as a child, and she couldn't find the strength to pull away, to say goodbye, to walk away. It was the one moment of her life that if you didn't appreciate, if you didn't give up everything else for it, you'd always regret missing. Kelly closed her eyes and took a short, convulsive breath. In the morning, she started to hurriedly pack, but he told her, "Kelly, sit down." His tone was different now, as if the momentary weakness he had allowed himself yesterday had passed. Now he spoke to her as an elder, as one to be obeyed. "What I'm going to tell you now, you must listen calmly." Kelly sat down. She didn't look at James, averting her eyes. This night felt like it had been stolen from her. She didn't feel worthy of this man. What had Tom insinuated to her over the past few years aged, faded, bland, unwanted? There's no such thing as an unattractive woman. There's no such thing as too little vodka. Well, last night's wine had been enough to make her pass for a sensual beauty. But it's daytime, sunshine in her wrinkled, unmade face. "I'll give you some money," James said. And before she could take offense and resent that it was payment for the night, he continued. "You're going to have to change your life very soon. You're going to have to do it. Believe me, I know. If I turn out to be wrong, you can toss that money in the Mississippi, give it to charity. But I'm giving it to you now so that when the time comes, you can walk away and start over. Do you understand me?" She didn't realize how much money he was talking about until he opened her purse and dropped in 3 wads of $5,000 banknotes in a banker's girdle. Kelly gasped, "Are you crazy? I'm not taking it for anything." "Luba, I don't need that money anymore," he said, separating each word from the other. "That's what I wanted somewhere in some fund. You can do it for me later." But she was so shocked by what was happening that she let the words pass her ears. "Will you give me your phone number?" she asked as she walked away, resigned to the weight of her purse. "Sure." He dictated the number. "Have you calmed down?" His face didn't flinch. "Yes." "Will I see you again?" He pulled her to him again and stroked her hair for a long time. And now she was sure that even if they never met again, this bond would remain between them forever. The house was empty, Tom at work, the usual mess that reigned whenever her husband stayed home for even a few hours without her, the dirty dishes in the kitchen. Kelly walked slowly through her flat, as if it were someone else's. Would Tom ask her when he returned if she'd had anything with this stranger from the hotel, or just a conversation, as the pimp had promised? And probably her husband had arranged with the lawyer for some sum of money to be received for her. In the evening, Tom asked no questions. He took the lid off the pot and inhaled the smell of chicken soup with a look of bliss on his face. Pouring himself a deep bowl, still steaming, he sat down and began to eat. Kelly walked out of the kitchen. Another day passed, another. James didn't call her, nor did she call him. But Kelly had no doubt he would make himself known. People like that don't lie, don't dodge, don't disappear, don't sneak out of other people's lives in haste like thieves. On Saturday, before having coffee, Tom went down to the ground floor and picked up the mail. Yes, they still subscribed to a few newspapers, and, for Kelly, an indoor plant magazine in Archaism, but there it was. Kelly herself didn't know why she picked up the local paper, unfolded it, and saw his portrait. A famous doctor. Tragic death. Burnt body found in the woods. All his regalia was listed: born, graduated from the institute, worked, taught. The funeral will be today. They say fainting can be avoided. Kelly remembered something like that. It is only in films and books heroines beautifully and smoothly sink to the floor, and the heroes rush to bring their feelings. Kelly's friend had fainted once in a very unfortunate way. She had fallen and knocked out her front teeth. Kelly herself was now dizzy and a black veil was thickening in front of her eyes. She fumbled for a trestle, sat down, and just breathed deeply for a while, concentrating on that. When she felt better and realized she could stand up, Kelly said to her husband, "I need to go to the funeral." She couldn't see his face. but she could clearly picture the way he raised his eyebrows. "Whose are these? Do you know him?" She couldn't remember if she had a black dress. What did it matter, though? James was being buried from that farewell hall in the medical center. Kelly had never seen so many people come before, and she never would again. The small hall couldn't hold everyone, and people were standing outside. Someone tried to go inside, but a young woman wearing a mourning bandage on her head came out. She was tall, not grief in her eyes, but defiance, a desire to stand up for herself. "Wait here. There's no room for relatives there, it's stuffy. What do you care? The coffin is closed anyway." Someone whispered that it was Alicia, the seventh water on the Sour Patch, the sister-in-law of a cousin, and sighed disapprovingly. Why hurt people? It's a common grief, and indeed, crying without hiding. Very young girls crying old people. These were James's former patients. Those whom he saved pulled out, came out. A unique, absolutely unique doctor. There would be no more like him. He could see right through a person, look at them, touch them, and realize what had happened to you. And they'll never find the people who killed him. That's how it always happens. If such a unique person is taken away from us, no one will be responsible. When the crowd began to move, and they carried wreaths and heavy lacquered coffin, when they started to get into buses, there were not enough standing places. And there was a cavalcade of cars and young guys on motorbikes, bikers. They were patients, too. Kelly didn't even try to join anyone, to ask to get into a car, to squeeze onto a bus, to stand on the steps. She leaned against a birch tree and cried, covering her face with her hands. She cried even after everyone had left. It was somehow unnoticeable. Kelly spoke to Tom now as if he were a stranger. Everyone lived their own lives, and in the evenings Kelly sat in the rocking chair by the window for a long time. She had her knitting on her lap, but she did not touch the needles and was deep in thought. About 3 weeks later, Tom said to her, "I found you another client." Kelly didn't immediately realize what he was saying. She looked at her husband exactly as he said the phrase in a language she didn't know. "Well, they gave me such good money for you that time," he explained. "Now Michael is offering more." Yeah, Kelly said automatically. James knew everything in advance. "You'll see I'm right." Kelly found nothing better than to hide the money he gave her inside the piano. There they waited for their time, and it had come. Now it had to be decided where to go. Pack her things and disappear from the house right after her husband left for work, so he'd keep her out of her hair longer. No, of course she'd leave him a note, explain that he didn't need to look for her. Maybe he'd even be glad, and a pink Malvina would take up residence in their flat tomorrow. Kelly didn't care about that. She knew she wouldn't go to her parents' house, because there, if her husband wanted to look for her, he'd find her immediately. And she needed to get away from everyone and start, as James had told her to do, with a clean slate. She was sure he could see everything that was going on from there, knew she was pregnant too. It was a gamble, of course, with the money that had fallen on her from the sky, or rather had been shoved into her bag. Kelly had bought a modest house in the countryside rather than a luxurious city flat, which would have sufficed for her. She put the rest of the money into an account. She wanted silence, the silence from Voznesensky's poems. "I want silence, silence. Are my nerves burned? Silence." So that the shadow of the pine tree, tickling us, shifting, chilling us like a prank, along our backs to the little toes of our feet, of silence. The man who had sold her house was overjoyed. Some years ago he had built this little house for his old mother, to replace the wooden hut that had promised her. 1 room, a kitchen and facilities in a small cubbyhole at the end of the corridor. What else do you need to live? But the mother had already turned 95, and even in this house box she could no longer live alone. Her son took her to his house. The house, painted for some reason in the color of sea waves, remained an orphan, for country roads, for country dwellers cramped, but Kelly just right. She arrived with only 1 bag, and at first she was afraid if someone came to the wicket, looking out from behind the curtain, trying to see who needed it. But Tom didn't look for her. He rang once. Kelly's heart snapped when she saw who the call was from, but all he asked was, "You're not coming back?" "No." "Are you paunchy or something?" He guessed. "Not your concern. And the baby's not yours." "Indeed, it's not mine, at least begging with this child, if you're so stupid." "What's it to me?" That's what I called to say I've changed the locks in the flat, so I can't come and take out whatever you want. And Jane's home most of the day. Anyone else would have wished Jane would choke on other people's stuff. But Kelly was too quiet. All she said was, "We've been together so many years, and you don't know me that well." She was settling into the village. Any walk turned into a long journey. You have to go to the shop, put an hour on it. To the pharmacy, to the post office that's even further. Only the church was close. Almost across the road you could see the domes through the window. The church, by some whim of fate, was the same color as her hut. But it was not a second home for Kelly. The priest was too peculiar. Father Valentine had nothing in common with that legendary Valentine of love. Soon Kelly began to suspect that the priest had been exiled to such a remote village for his brashness. He considered himself to be the first authority for everyone. He criticized even his own superiors, going as far as the patriarch and parishioners, at whom he was angry, could get a nettle on the forehead from the expansive priest. The women who worked in the temple hoped that it was a youthful thing, that it would all pass. The only sin that the priest could admit to with a stiffened heart was that he was a complete stranger to Nestiazatism. His house was the best in the village, and there was room for another church. Still, Kelly came to the services at least once in a while, stood at the door, and as soon as she felt stuffy, hurried out into the fresh air. Luckily for her, the family had a hospital, not a hospital, but a small, cool, almost empty old hospital, where Kelly was monitored so that she didn't have to travel far in a crowded bus to the district center. Gradually, Kelly was drawn into her new existence. She planted her own herbs in the vegetable garden, remembered the names of the local shop assistants. She was already left her favorite buns in Rajenka when the goods were finished. People on the street greeted her. And yet she was afraid of the nights. In the city, the night is conventional, except that at 2 or 3 o'clock the streets quiet down for a while. The village, on the other hand, was sinking into darkness like the sea. Rare lanterns and lights not in all the houses. The darkness seemed to swamp everything around it. The glowing windows somewhere made one think of a ship standing in the distance, on the roadstead. Anything could happen at night. Kelly was afraid that her labor would start at night too, and the ambulance wouldn't arrive in time. So she agreed to go to the hospital a few days before her due date, and was glad she hadn't had time to get a cat like she wanted. Who would she leave her with now? There was nothing left for her but to rely entirely on fate. Would she live? Would the baby be all right? Would she have the strength to look after it? All this now depended not on her, but on some higher power. But everything had gone remarkably well. She even managed somehow to brace herself internally, and not to scream. And the boy that Anne the midwife had shown her had been very good too, though his face was red and puffy. "But look at his eyes, they're silver," said Anne. "I've never seen anything like them, really." Kelly knew she wouldn't name the baby James. She was superstitious now, catching the signs of fate. The son was not to repeat his father's fate. And a week later, when she returned home, staggering from weakness, she knew what name she would give her son Mark. They had never had such a name in their family before. Let everything begin with a clean slate. Father Valentine insisted that all newborns be baptized in the church. God forbid, not at home, even in the bitter cold. "Boys are brought into the altar," he said. "How can you deprive a child of that?" It was August. It smelled of apples, and at night the stars flew to earth as often as snow in winter. Mark's godparents were neighbors, husband and wife, Chloe and Ethan. When the boy was brought to the temple, he laughed for the first time. He was lying in Ethan's arms and pulling his hands upwards to where the blue haze of the dome was, and he laughed as if he saw someone he knew and was happy about it. "He sees angels," said the woman who cleaned the temple. There was sadness in her voice. Seeing angels is also a challenge, because cleanliness has to be matched. What Mark was seeing, naturally, no one knew about until the boy spoke. No one even understood what was going on. Well, the child laughs and stretches his arms as if someone is standing in front of him, but probably many babies do that. And sometimes, especially at night, when Kelly put him to bed, Mark would cry and wrap himself in the blanket, as if he hoped to escape under it. "What are you afraid of?" Luba coaxed him affectionately. "There's no one in the room, only you and me and the cat sitting over there, washing itself. The cat that they had been given as a present and crossed themselves over. Probably the neighbors didn't know where to give the litter." It was the most ordinary, gray-colored, nasal, big-eyed. Later it seemed to Luba that she had special feelings for the boy. There was a cupboard in the room, left by the previous owner. They had been like this in almost every house before, tall, wooden, with hangers on the right, shelves on the left, and a square of glass in the door, covered with embroidery. On a black background, an old woman had painted roses with a needle and thread. Mark was afraid of the wardrobe at night. During the day, he could climb into it and play there. God knows what he imagined, among the hangers of dresses. He could have a house or a spaceship in there, but when it started to get dark, the first place where that darkness descended was the wardrobe ajar. Mark didn't even dare look in there. And if his gaze did fall there by chance, he withdrew it immediately, as if something terrible lurked there and watched him from there, something better not to be seen face to face. Then the cat would leap to Mark and stare into the darkness herself, staring with cold yellow eyes, as if she were on guard and watching. She knew unmistakably when the boy was worried, when he was having nightmares, and she would slip in and lay on his chest, becoming a shield between him and those he feared. Distracted by her song, she purred surprisingly loudly. As Mark began to talk, Kelly asked him, "Honey, what do you see?" "There." He answered expressively, nodding at the cupboard and raising his eyebrows, not understanding how the obvious could not be clear to her, and almost adding, "There it is." Sometimes, to his mother's utter consternation, Mark began to mutter excitedly and quickly, talking either to himself or to someone whom today's psychologists like to call an imaginary friend. In everything else, the boy not only did not differ from his peers for the worse, he outperformed them. About 3 years old, learned to read, and by the time he went to school, read many books from the library of adventures. He knew a lot of poetry, wrote in jagged block letters, and had the kind of imagination that made the fairy tales so beloved by children pale in comparison. On a warm April evening, Kelly sat with Mark by the river. Even though she was settling in a new place, but still she could call only her son her soulmate. And when she had the chance, she took him by the hand, and they went for a walk somewhere far away, then along the path among the meadows that bloomed so gloriously in summer. Then between the mysterious ferns, the forest was in darkness, and the ferns seemed to glow by themselves with a soft green light to a distant lake or following the bends of the river, where the local boys did not climb. They sat on the cliff, looking at the swift current, at the sand. It was amazing here, almost completely white, silky, and suddenly Mark touched his mother's elbow. "Look, Mum, there's a leshy," he said. Kelly took a look. It was just a huge, human-sized stump with petrified, intertwined roots. Look at it. It's the woodsman leaning over the river. He is old. He came out of the forest after winter and came to say hello to the mermaid. She is looking at him from the pool, and he extends his hand to her, saying, "Well, have you survived the cold?" Kelly realized it was all imagination. "You'll probably write your own book someday." She kept wanting to hug her son, to hold him. And every time she held back from doing it, she couldn't. She couldn't let Mark become too tender, too vulnerable. He had to live in a cruel world. She knew that well. "No, Mom, and I'd love not to see it, but it's there, you know. We went to the cemetery yesterday," he said, even with irritation. They did go there yesterday, along with an old lady neighbor who had asked him to help clean up a grave. It was already difficult for her to bend over, but she wanted to visit her husband. The old lady walked with her right hand resting on a stick, with Kelly supporting her on her left. "So?" Her mother didn't understand. Mark sighed. "There was also a funeral going on at that time, remember? Well, this auntie," she stood back and watched. "What lady?" Kelly asked. Mark patiently explained. "The one they thought was buried." She stood to the side and watched them. Only she was a little different, not like them, as if she were made of thick fog, a little transparent, wearing a white polka dot blouse, a pleated skirt, and a scarf. Kelly inwardly gasped. She knew who Mark was talking about because she had gone to say goodbye to the deceased. She was already part of that circle when everyone from the neighborhood saw the deceased off, when neighbors came to celebrate a wedding or a birth. But she hadn't taken Mark with her to the house yesterday, and the only thing he could see in the cemetery was a staked coffin. Kelly squatted down in front of her son and took him by the shoulders. "I'm begging you," she said. "No, I beg you. Tell me everything you see that others don't see, only me. Only me. Do you understand?" He looked at her earnestly with his silver eyes, which the further they went, the more they took on a marvelous hue. She was not a hypnotist. She could not suggest anything to him, but he could sense from her tone that the matter was serious. "Do you understand?" She tried to explain to him as an adult. "If you like this, left and right will start to tell everyone about the Forresters and ghosts. At first people will think that you're making up everything, that you just think it, and when you grow up a little, you'll be locked up in a madhouse." "Where to?" "Ben." He had this habit of raising his eyebrows. "It's a place where they lock you in a room and don't let you see your mum. There are bars on the windows. You sit on a chain like a dog and they feed you from a dog bowl." In her heart, Kelly asked the higher powers to forgive her for this cruelty, because the worst thing for her was that if Mark was declared insane, they might not put him in an asylum, but they wouldn't be able to avoid notoriety. And if it stuck, alas, forever. Mark nodded. "But if something scares you, if there's something you want to share, we'll talk to you about it," Kelly insinuated, squeezing his hand painfully. "But only to me, only to me, only to me about it. Deal?" Mark kept his word. What he'd really been through, even Kelly didn't know. You can't describe every shadow, every look or call from the beyond. Mark had learned to hold back. The only time he'd nearly blundered was when, in 10th grade, the boys had decided to celebrate Halloween. By this time, his classmates already knew that Mark was the best artist in the school, and he was asked to make up those who came in costumes. One of the worst bullies, Alex Smith, dressed up as a devil, and when he sat down on a chair in front of Mark, he looked up and shuddered. Then he picked up a box of paints, but every time he swung the brush, Mark looked away, as if he were drawing a picture from the original. The makeup was amazing. Alex was scared of himself in the mirror. "How did you come up with that?" he asked, looking at the creepy image he had created. There he stands. Mark started and stopped, and that autumn he was being drafted into the army. Kelly desperately didn't want to let her son go, but she just didn't know how to avoid it. He'd grown up to be a healthy, good-looking lad, the kind of guy who wouldn't be rejected by the medical board. Unless he had to pay someone a bribe, there was money. But how to do it all? Kelly agonized. She was embarrassed, ashamed, but she felt more sorry for Mark. "No need, Mum. I'll go and come back," said the son. "That's what I'm telling you. Let's go into town while we still have time. You can show me your father's grave." Kelly didn't know where James was buried, but it wasn't hard to find him. Every cemetery has its Rublevka, and this was one, laid out in the bad 90s. It was first inhabited by higher-class gangsters, victims of contract killings and random shootings. Then, they were joined by businessmen from the same gangster circles of higher class, but they stayed here longer. Servants of the people, and the heads of the last surviving factories were added here. The monuments were rich black or colored granite 1.5, 2 human heights. Gloomy spruce trees, heavy chains fencing off the slabs of the grounds. The burials were with reserve, with the expectation for the whole family in the future. But sometimes there were decent men here. James had a simple white marble monument. On his gravestone were surgical gloves and a scalpel, as if he'd just come back from an operation and dropped them without looking. Kelly was grateful to fate that the grave had been found, and so quickly that she could show it to her son. She shifted her gaze from the monument to her son, who was taller than she was. Mark stood and stared, his face growing more and more perplexed. And then he said, "There's no one here." "What do you mean?" "The coffin is empty." Kelly searched for an explanation. She already knew her son wasn't wrong, but there was no way he could be right. "But it's been so long, and there was a big fire. It must have been like a crematorium." Mark only shook his head, but he looked at his mother again and said nothing. They walked towards the exit along the cemetery alley, and golden maple leaves swirled above them. Mark served really well. He wrote letters to his mother, which not only had no complaints, but always a joke, always a light mockery, and Kelly smiled as she read them. But he didn't go back. He found a job in town. And what a job. Kelly fought with her son for almost the first time. "Your father's going to curse me from the dead," she said in tears. He was ahead, above everyone else, a real intellectual, a scientist. He probably could not even imagine that his son would not go to the institute. "Where are you going?" "To the dog shelter, washing bowls and cleaning up faces." "Mum." Mark's voice came through the phone as if his son were there. "At least there's no blackness, none at all, even when they're dying. Well, you know all dogs go to heaven." The shelter was run by volunteers. There were only 1, 2, or 4 regular workers. Emma, who was considered the owner, was an attractive middle-aged blonde. She had a good voice, and from time to time she organized charity concerts in town. She sang to earn the dogs and cats some bread, or rather chicken carcasses, groats, and dry food. And then there was Mary, who cleaned the small little dogs that sat in separate cages. The cages stood on top of each other, and the whole thing looked like an open multi-story house. Mary kept order and had some veterinary skills. And finally there was Mark, who did all the heavy lifting. He was paid enough for food in a rented flat, a modest 1-bedroom. However, he was not always able to go there at night. 500 tailed souls lived in the shelter, and it often turned out that some of them could not be left unattended even for a few hours. The shelter was enclosed by a high, blank fence. It was located almost outside the city. In an industrial zone, there was no housing here. Still, many people had strong feelings about the shelter. Some people were disturbed by the very fact of its existence. These people demanded the destruction of all the inhabitants of the shelter, and sometimes even threw poison in pieces of meat over the fence. Others brought in dogs and cats that they could not keep for some reason. Sometimes they solved the issue honestly. They paid a fee. Sometimes they tried to drive up quietly, tied the dog at the gate and left, saying that they would take the poor thing anyway. They wouldn't go anywhere. Just behind the fence there was a hut. It was considered to be Emma's office. But in fact it served as a servant's quarters for everyone. There were refrigerators with dog food and medicines. Here the weakest puppies lived in boxes, and here the shelter duty officer, most often Mark, slept on the sofa. There was also a large structure that looked like a hangar. Small dogs lived in cages here and cats in a separate room. And in the courtyard there were enclosures close together, one to the other, with 2 big dogs in each enclosure. Morning was the time when it was impossible to sit down. Mark cooked food for the animals on the fire. The shelter had poor amenities. Even light and water were constantly cut off because of debts. If possible, water was stored in large bowls, and almost every day rats drowned in them, which could not be eradicated. Feed the animals, clean the cages, give injections to the sick, take someone to the vet. Time flew by. In the afternoon, volunteers, mostly schoolgirls, would arrive and the lucky dogs would go for a walk with them. Hands were in short supply, and someone would get a chance to get out of their cage once every few months. Every dog and every cat had a hard fate behind them. Mark felt sorry for all of them, but he had a special relationship with Gerda, a sheepdog who came to the shelter last year. Later we learned that the owner had culled the dog because its ears did not stand up in due time. So as a teenager, Gerda found herself on the street. She joined a small pack of stray dogs. Together, in the jungle of the big city, it was easier to survive. She fell in love with the pack. Volunteers found the sheepdog in the winter. She hadn't left her mate for 24 hours. He was hit by a car and was still alive, slowly freezing. They took the dog to the clinic and gave the dogs names. He's Kai, she's Gerda. An emergency collection for treatment was announced, but Kai could not be saved. Gerda stayed at the shelter. Sheepdogs in general pick up everything on the fly, and Gerda eventually started to live out of her enclosure. She was so intelligent that she freely walked around the territory at night, guarding it. During the day she watched out for strangers who came to the shelter, but never once bit anyone. For some reason, she chose Mark out of all of them and stayed near him, and somehow, in between, easily learnt all the commands. And now, when Mark stayed overnight in the shed, he sat on the doorstep, watching the sunset, and Gerda lay at his feet. Maybe some people complained about the stale air around the shelter, too many dogs, no matter how much you cleaned, but Mark breathed easy here. He was used to seeing more than the others, and though he was used to it, he was often uneasy among people. In the shelter, those attentive eyes, hot breathing tongues, the hope to live another day, and the vast sky above his head. There were no high-rise buildings around the sky. Looked at the dogs, and many went there on their last journey because there were enough sick and crippled. Feeding, treating, placing in good hands, all this was hard work, and it occupied both hands and thoughts. This was Mark's place on Earth. The car pulled up in the evening. The first to hear it, of course, was Gerda. Seeing the dog's upturned muzzle, Mark listened too. Someone else has been brought in, he thought. Now they'll leave them and go away. If they're helpless puppies or kittens in a box, leave them outside overnight. They might live till morning. The hour was already quite late. Mark was lying on the sofa, watching a film of French comedy as old as this little TV set. As he was putting on his shoes, a car honked. Whoever was there wasn't going to run away quietly like a thief. Gerda, of course, had linked up with him to check the situation and make sure Mark wasn't in any danger. Near the gate, not far from the lilac bushes, you couldn't see them in the darkness, only the sweet smell could be heard, stood a black Jeep, and next to it a woman of small stature, with smoothly slicked back hair, also all in black jacket jeans. Sometimes Mark sensed something unkind coming from the man, but it wasn't there now. But anxiety was born and grew. "Did you bring someone?" he asked, saying hello. "It would be better to do it this afternoon. There is a contract to be drawn up." "I'm here to see you, Mark," said the woman. Her voice was slightly hoarse, but what surprised Mark most of all was that she knew him by name. He had almost no acquaintances in town, outside the shelter, except for volunteers and veterinarians. "What did you want from me? Can we talk to you?" He caught the insistence in her voice and hesitated to ask her out. "There's a dozen puppies in the shed. Not every untrained person could handle it. To the dogs, they'd raise a fuss." "Let's get in the car," the woman said. She didn't switch on the interior lights, and when Mark sat down next to her, he could see her face in profile, lit only by the light of the moon. Gerda remained lying beside the car. "I wanted to offer you a job," said the woman. He was even more confused. "But I'm not going to leave here." She turned towards him. The darkness now completely hid her face, and only her eyes glittered slightly. "Mark, I'm not going to lure you away from the orphanage with tempting conditions. It's more serious than that. My husband and your father were once friends. I'm the only one who knows whose son you are, and God forbid anyone else should find out." She did manage to stun him. "Listen to what I have to say." She touched his hand, her fingers were icy cold. "Your father's death has remained a mystery to the inquiry, hasn't it?" He didn't speak of what he'd discovered in the cemetery. He just nodded. "The investigators couldn't find out who was involved in James's death. All ends in water. It's a cult, Mark. It's the kind of force that shouldn't be allowed into our lives." The woman introduced herself. Her name was Isabella, and her husband, also now deceased, was Sam. She and James grew up together, went to medical school together. James was truly one of a kind. Such heightened sensitivity multiplied by knowledge. Disease has 1,000 subtle signs that even doctors don't always pay attention to. There's no way to put them all together. James saw, felt, anticipated. I don't remember him being wrong. 01759, my husband didn't have anywhere near that gift, but sometimes he had dreams. And yes, while your father was a surgeon, my husband was a psychiatrist. And so, the woman was silent, whether to cope with her feelings or to choose her words. At first it seemed that all these people, mostly young people, boys and girls, that they were just looking for extreme sports and had gone a little bit far where it was dangerous. They flocked from all over the world, even from Siberia, I think. I learned that later on by crumbs, by drops. The newcomers signed an agreement in blood, of course, that they renounced any faith and would serve only darkness. They met first at the home of one of these sectarians who lived on the outskirts of the city. Then they found a hut in the woods. Rituals, ceremonies, reading books on black magic. You see, Mark, you can't joke about this. Even with the occult aspects aside, it just makes you go crazy fast. And yes, they had sacrifices. They started with pets. And I won't tell you what they did to them. It'll hurt you to hear it. But eventually they got to humans. Firstly, once you joined the sect, you couldn't leave alive. Secondly, it was believed that if a person with a special gift was sacrificed, everyone who participated in the ritual would become stronger. So they searched for such unusual people. And of course they couldn't miss your father. And yes, he knew about it, knew they had sentenced him. So why didn't he go? How many were there? You mean the police? There's about 100 of them today, as far as I know. When you're dealing with fanatics of an idea, especially an idea like this, it's scary. What police? If you're sentenced, tomorrow on the street a random passerby will just stick a shiv in your side. Believe me, there will be a way. My husband took your father's death very hard. He said that the leaders of this sect were mentally ill, that they needed to be treated. There were cases he discouraged kids from going there, discouraged all those who were lured by this black romance. And he paid the price. He was next. He had a gift, too. James told Sam about your mum, so I've been following her life from afar, and I know who you are. And now my daughter's in danger. I think you're the only one who can protect her. Mark was released with great reluctance. It was only when he left unexpectedly and without any clear reason that it became clear how indispensable he was to the orphanage. Mark assured them he wasn't going for long. But he said it out of thin air, and he wasn't sure of anything. If Isabella was a wealthy woman, as he thought, she could hire a professional guard, or even a bodyguard for her daughter. He himself had no skills under his belt other than the army, where Mark had been trained as a signalman and had been allowed to shoot a machine gun once. What Isabella was hoping for was beyond his comprehension. "I'll tell you more about it on the spot," she promised and added as a control shot. "Please don't refuse, in memory of my father, in memory of their friendship with my husband." And now they were driving this very black Jeep, and looking through the tinted windows was literally seeing the world in black, as if he were deeply depressed. "How did your husband die?" Mark asked, because it was going to be a long journey and there was something to talk about. Isabella gripped the steering wheel tighter as the tarmac changed to dirt and the car shook. "No big deal to anyone. I went to the dacha in early spring with my daughter, with Mia, and went fishing, and then they found him. He was lying face down in the water. We were told he'd suffocated. There was no water in his lungs. It was his heart. But couldn't that have happened? Lots of people have heart attacks. Why do you suspect someone?" "It's paranoia, isn't it? I'm too afraid for my daughter," Isabella said melancholically. "All these years I've been following this sect as far as I can, even if indirectly, even if by word of mouth, but these guys have what they call their own handwriting. Do you understand? They offered both of them, first James, then Sam, to join them. If your dad wanted to, he could have made a career out of it. Imagine when one of their adepts can see through people, diagnose and heal, how cool that would be for them. After he flat out refused, he was warned since he didn't want to be a follower, he would become a victim. And then there was that final warning when he realized that it was serious, and that he was essentially condemned. That's when he met your mother. It's kind of a miracle that you were born, you know? And Sam was ruined by his tongue. He was mocking and openly trying to fight against them. I warned him against it. It was no use. When he left, for a while, I thought it was a coincidence too. A tragic accident. Of course, these guys wouldn't stop. Sacrifice is a regular ritual. And all those people, victims of fires that happen somewhere in the woods or in old abandoned houses, it's their work. But the other day, traditionally, with the onset of the warm season, the family would move to the cottage. This continued even after Sam's death. Lydia has her own firm. She is an interior designer and often went to the customers in the morning, and Mia was left alone. The garden community is small. Its quiet, grassy streets are deserted for part of the day. All the neighbors know each other, and a new person is immediately in sight. But Mia, lying in a hammock in the garden, was not alert when she saw a stubby boy, about her own age. He asked for a drink, and she let him draw water from their well. Even in the heat of the day, the water was cold and clear as a tear. "Don't you miss your father?" he asked, suddenly winking at her. "Don't be sad. You'll meet him soon." Isabella kept her daughter safe. She didn't tell her anything scary, anything that might frighten or upset her. That's why Mia didn't pay much attention to the conversation, but she passed it on to her mother. A strange man came in, and Isabella was terribly worried. They're going round and round, you see. They've got some kind of diabolical circle. The murders happen in the same places at roughly equal intervals. When these people target someone, they act with the tenacity of fanatics. They have to get what they want at all costs, you know. At any cost. There's no logic to it. Isabella slowed down and turned to Mark. Her voice sounded almost pleading. "Do you see why I came to you? Everywhere I go now, I get laughed at. Some boy asked for water and said something. But my husband's death has nothing to do with criminality in the eyes of everyone. What do you think of it? If there's no sign of violence." Sam was startled by something, startled to such a degree, so horrified that his heart stopped. That look on his face, then his features smoothed out. But I remember I saw him shortly after, and that's when it all started again. It was your mom, Mark, who told me about the gift you inherited from your father. Only it's gone further with you, you see more. Only you can sense trouble coming. I'm not asking you to get involved, God forbid. I'm not asking you to go into battle for my Mia, but to warn you, just to warn you, to hide her somewhere in time. They won't be after you. They know nothing about you, though you would no doubt be a very valuable asset to them. If you fall into their clutches, it's like falling into the clutches of a spider. You can't get out. They drug the victim, then scotch them. No one hears anything, and they don't find the victim right away. I only know you won't believe it, because thanks to your gift, what others can only laugh at is unquestionable to you. Gerda lay at Mark's feet, shifting her gaze from Isabella to her master and breathing hotly, sticking out her tongue. It was indeed a fertile corner. Isabella, with a special key, opened the gates of the garden community, and they seemed to enter a completely different world, where silence, emerald grass, birdsong, and negativity. On this day there were no dacha dwellers. Only one woman was digging up the soil on her plot, and a man was lying on the veranda on an old sofa, and his peace was rested by a dog, but good-natured it did not even bark at the car. Isabella's cottage struck Mark. It was something between a rustic cottage in the mountains somewhere in Europe and a medieval castle. A real tower of rough stone beckoned to the eye. "Wow," he said involuntarily. Isabella glanced round, grinned. "I like this place. There's a lake nearby, you'll see. But when I bought the land, it was all overgrown with wild grapes, and there was a half-collapsed hut hiding in it. Why a tower? I'm an extreme designer, and I've loved Bradbury since I was a kid. At the end of every spring I bought dandelion wine, and by autumn I'd read the book to death. I just breathed it. I learned to see the miracles in everything around me." Once a week, Douglas was allowed to sleep in his grandfather's tower. He'd run up the dark spiral staircase to the top and go to sleep in that magician's abode amidst thunder and visions. And in the early hours of the morning, when even the milkman was not yet clinking bottles in the streets, he would wake up and work his cherished magic. Now, Mia adores the place. At the very top of the tower, a platform opens up. There you can admire the moon and greet the dawn, or sometimes both at once. Mia calls the tower visiting the sky. Mia was thin and small. There was no way she could be 18 years old, a teenage schoolgirl, that's all. Gerda interested her much more than Mark. Already getting acquainted on the porch, she was ready to caress her, but hesitated. "She won't bite, she's smart. So don't be afraid." They switched to you almost immediately, though. Isabella went to the kitchen to find something to feed the young people. Mark knew that by evening she would have to leave and spend the night in the city, because early in the morning she would be waiting for a client, an intrusive uncle who wanted to make everything in his mansion to the highest standards. "I suggest green borscht." Isabella looked out of the kitchen. "How's that?" "Mia, show Mark around the neighborhood, take him to the lake." For Gerda, getting to know the area was of the utmost importance. She walked ahead of the young people. Mark was not mistaken. This green corner was deserted at this hour, golden flowers on the grass and Mia walking on his right hand. The girl was walking with her head down, as if she wanted to find something among the grass and flowers. Mark didn't feel anything wrong yet. The day was too sunny, the breeze too warm and gentle. There was no room for shadows. From this edge of the fellowship was surrounded by a wooden fence, a rather dilapidated one, though. Micah ducked into a gap where a board had fallen off and waited for Mark to follow. Further on, beyond a small hill, there was a lake, marked on the maps as Pridorojnoy, though it was quite far from any roads, and just beyond the lake the forest began. Dachniks came here to catch small fish or just sit by the water. They took good photos here. The lake was small, but framed by the forest and weeping willows, it was picturesque. However, Mark's heart was suddenly racing. He saw several butterflies, big black beauties, fluttering over the water. Mark even blinked, hoping it was a vision, that he was just overheating in the sun. They couldn't be here. He had once looked up the species in a book and had learnt that they lived somewhere else. But he'd seen them several times before the news of someone's sudden death. "What do you think?" he asked Maya after all, nodding at that black dance. If she had seen it too, she would have said something like, "How beautiful." "The boys are swimming here." Mia shrugged her shoulders. "I tried it once and lost my footing. The bottom was too boggy. They say there's a ford somewhere. I don't know where." They settled down on the bank, right on the grass, dry and warm. Mark didn't know if he could ask Mia. Did she know anything about what she was facing? Was she afraid? But as it turns out, children know more than their parents realize. Mia started this conversation on her own. "I know why your mum called you." She wasn't looking at Mark, she was looking at the lake. "But I don't think it's worth it. There's some serious guys out there. What are you going to do with them? Even with the dog. What makes you think they're so serious? He asked with deliberate carelessness. You see, Mum can keep her mouth shut, but not that serious. When she started asking me questions, she let something slip. And then I did what I could on my own. They just don't accept the weak. They have a whole series of entrance tests. A marathon not to run, but to walk with heavy rucksacks through the mountains. Not everyone made it, but they have a death cult. They are not afraid of it. You can't die, you can't play in all this, you can't immerse yourself in it, the darkness will pull you in. Who would you say that to? Mark thought. And then the epic continues. They order their own knives. Like personal, magical knives. There are special blacksmiths there too, with runes and signs on the knives. And each of them has to drink blood with his knife, choose it himself, catch it and sacrifice someone. Gerda raised her head and looked at the girl carefully. Mia rubbed her head, dared her. At least a bird or a cat. There is a real gradation of victims. Forest animals are valued higher because they are harder to catch. Try to catch one, even a hare. And the highest sacrifice is a human. Mia looked Mark straight in the eye. The ultimate sacrifice is yourself. When you don't make an attempt on someone, but lie down on the altar yourself. Isabella fed him a delicious green borscht and left a fridge full of food. I'll try to be here tomorrow evening, the day after tomorrow at the earliest. I know Mia doesn't bother with cooking, at least make yourself some sandwiches and coffee. I'll leave the cutlets in the pot under the lid. Please. Now she was talking to Mark. Lock the gate well at night. They met sunsets in the tower, or rather at the very top, on the platform Mia had chosen. They drank coffee, watched the sun sink behind the lake. It's a full moon tonight, Mia said. I don't know if they believe in anything other than their sect and who they think is their master. I read a book about vampires when I was a kid. It said that vampires loved moonlit nights, and that they followed the moonbeams like a river. Mark was busy with a more mundane task. He opened a satellite map and studied his surroundings, slowly moving his finger over the map on his mobile screen. Is that a swamp? He wondered, pointing to where the holiday village ended. Not exactly. It's boggy, but it's not really a swamp. Except in spring, when the water stands for a long time, and in autumn it all thins out. But in summer the ground dries up and there are so many flowers there. What's this? Mark pointed his finger. A settlement. Look, there seems to be a path leading there, quite far from here, and I don't know whether there are houses or not. It's not a path, it's a concrete road, a slab road. And where you're pointing, there used to be a village there. It's almost gone now, just ruins. I know that a man lived there for a long time, hiding from his wife. He said he was happy there. It was quiet. How do you know all this? My father used to take me there on his motorbike. He was hoping to find the treasure. Dad had this romanticism in him. There's a mountain or a hill about 60 meters high. There's lowlands all around. And when you get to the hill, you can see everything. Dad said there's a whole network of caves and underground passages. God knows who dug them and when. It was either an underground monastery or a hiding place for bandits. Papa was always very careful that I didn't stumble or fall into anything. And he made me promise that I would never go there alone, because if anything happened there, there would be no help. No one would even know where you had disappeared. I don't know why Dad thought that. I wouldn't have gone myself, it's too far. Did you love your father very much? Unexpectedly to himself, Mark asked. It was already evening light, but it seemed to him that she had tears in her eyes. Maya nodded. Very much. Most of all, Mum is nice, but she always has things to do, always has her head full. And for my father, I knew there was no one more important than me. Do you remember your father? I've only seen pictures of him. He was quite a famous man. More than famous. Mia confirmed it. Do you have those weird eyes? They're like mirrors. It seems that just a little more and something so otherworldly will be reflected in the mirrors or windows to another world. She shifted her gaze and shuddered. Look over there. She pointed towards the lake, where the darkness had already thickened. What is there? Mark lowered his voice involuntarily and wished they were still at the top of the tower, out in the open. Look at those green lights. There's 2. Fireflies, maybe? They're small. I couldn't see them from up here. It's far away." "You mean eyes?" Mark might have wanted to make a mocking tone in his voice to cheer the girl up, but the question sounded serious against his will. "No, not eyes. Maybe it was a torch. Let's get out of here. You go to your room and I'll check the gate again. And then Gerda and I will go round the estate." The dog hasn't felt threatened yet. Maybe the key word was yet. But Mark sat in Mia's room for a long time, and she told him what she had learned. About how a willing victim spends his last night among the sectarians, about the farewell ceremony and the actual sacrifice and such horrors. Finally, he noticed that the girl's eyes were beginning to slip. When he came to himself, however, he went back to the satellite maps for some reason, found the very same hill and zoomed in, as if hoping to see some traces of life there, or at least the very caves. Mark woke up to the fact that the room was cold. It was not uncommon to have frost in the morning. Now the wind must have opened the window, and Mark felt cold. Gerda put her paws on the windowsill. It was just beginning to dawn, and the sheepdog was looking out into the twilight and shivering visibly. Mark got up to shut the window more quickly, rubbed the dog on the withers, saying that now we would warm up. But Gerda was still shivering. Without realizing why, Mark went out into the corridor. The front door was closed. But as soon as the young man touched the handle, the door opened into the dark garden. Someone had opened the English lock. Mark started quickly up the stairs. He had not yet called out to the girl, though he would very much like to do so. So what if everything is safe and Mia is asleep and he wakes her up? He quietly opened the door to her room. Gerda slipped past him, and he didn't have time to stop her. The room was empty, only the white crumpled bed, the window closed. Gerda was sniffing at something on the floor. Mark crouched down and, not believing himself, touched a smeared spot of blood. They ran towards the lake, Mark following the sheepdog. The grass was damp with icy dew, the branches wet. The lake at this hour was like silver mirrors. They've crossed it, Mark thought, to break the trail. But how did they get Mia out with a knife to her throat? Not a peep then. He gazed. There was a black line drawn precisely on the water. The butterflies had lined up, marking the ford with their wings. On the other side of the lake, Gerda had picked up the trail at once, but he would have found the way without her. He had looked at the map too long and too closely the day before to be mistaken. It was a concrete road, old, not wide, 2 slabs only. Between these slabs, grass was already growing thickly. At first, the road led him to a river, over which there was a bridge, a plank bridge, over which a car could pass. On the other bank were trees, huge trunks of trees uprooted, their roots intertwined and twisted, and from afar they looked like giant spiders blocking the way. Mark knew he had a long way to go. He had no doubt where Mia had been taken. It would take him hours to get there, and he would have to listen every minute to see if anyone was around. And he couldn't wait. Mark had brought his phone with him, but it was of little use here. The connection was not catching. An empty white triangle in the corner of the screen. Not a single bar. Gerda realized that her master was in a hurry. She was ready to break off into a run, but then she would break away from him. She went far ahead, and she walked beside him, and Mark walked quickly, then switched to a run. The sun was already beginning to rise, showing its red side from behind the horizon, when Mark reached the abandoned village. It was a sad sight. 700 people had once lived here, but there were few reminders of it anymore. The shrubbery had grown so high that it hid the shrubberies, which had fallen into disrepair. Only the roofs were visible, and the streets were still visible. One might have thought that this place would attract those who practiced a death cult. But Mark felt there was no one here. To turn on and there would be a lake, the shores of which were so favored by vipers that it would be better not to go there without boots. To the protected mountain. The way lay straight ahead. Only the concrete ended here, and there was only a path left. Now he had to be doubly careful. It was already light, and they were close. Whenever possible, Mark tried to walk at the edge of the forest without losing sight of the path, and when he noticed a long, high hill ahead, he retreated into the thicket. It was a place that all the locals tried to avoid. It was tempting, though there was a rumor that untold riches were hidden here. Who kept them here? Who knows? Bandits. Who else? But who? According to some rumors, those whose ataman was Stenka Razin, according to others, the companions of Imli and Pugashev. And whoever said it all started with the old believers. They inhabited the local caves, deepened them, and then gave permission to those who came here to escape from the authorities, or just from the evil baron to settle in the neighborhood. It happened that the robbers stayed here for the winter, and in the spring they left for their criminal activities on the big water. But who settled in the caves now? When Mark saw the smoke, he crawled the last few meters rather than walked. Gerda knew the command to crawl perfectly well and breathed noisily. In a few minutes, Mark was already looking at the sight before him. Mia had said, like her mother, that there were about 100 people in this sect, or what the hell to call it. But now Mark noticed 12 too. For some reason, it reminded him of all the reenactment clubs. Right at the foot of the mountain, there was a fire, but not a strange one, not a sacrificial one, but just warming and cooking breakfast. And someone didn't care much about firewood. They used dried-out wood. That's why there was smoke from it. Many of the guys were really strong physically, even outwardly it was noticeable, were dressed in some strange gray hoods or cloaks of coarse cloth. Maybe such clothes were practical here. They protected them from the morning cold and annoying midges. And they were not sorry to get dirty or burnt by sparks from the fire. But only the Middle Ages came to mind, with its bonfires and the mad eyes of fanatics. A very thin man with gray hair grown back below his shoulders was stirring the brew in a cauldron. He was older than the others, and much older perhaps he was the head of the sect. But Mark dismissed the thought. It was unlikely that the master would be serving the others, preparing their breakfast. What Mark hadn't expected was that the man would suddenly raise his eyes and look exactly where he was hiding in the dense foliage, and seemingly, despite such a veil, would see him. It was a total, absolute failure. And if he now called out to these boys and pointed in the direction where the stranger lurked, Mark would not escape or hide, and neither will Gerda. What will a dog do against so many people? It won't even stop them. And worst of all, no one and nothing will be able to save Mia. The man looked at him without taking his eyes off and seemed to have even dropped the spoon he was holding in his hand. Mark was also used to trusting his senses. This time he didn't feel threatened. Not only that, but he had a growing feeling that he knew this man from somewhere, even though it was impossible. Judging by his appearance, the man hadn't been out of the forest for a long time. And then the stranger's features seemed to overlap with a photograph in his memory, the one his mother had shown him. Mark blinked his eyes a lot. Wasn't James coming from the other side of the world? Or had he, after all? The man stood up and took a few steps toward Mark and suddenly put a finger to his lips. It was a gesture of invitation, saying, "Shay shall come to you now and we'll talk." Mark nodded. It was dangerous, though, terribly dangerous. Maybe the man only wanted to calm his guard and then get close, grab his shoulder with his strong fingers, and then call the others. James, or whoever it was, took his time walking toward the thicket. There was no telling what the man was up to. It was only when the branches closed behind him and Mark was 2 steps away that the man squatted down beside him and asked, "Who are you? Who are you?" was the first thing that came to Mark's mind. "I recognized you by your eyes," James said quietly. "My grandfather had eyes like that." He raised his hand, wanting to touch Mark's eyelids, but didn't. Not just gray, but like molten metal. "My grandfather, too, saw things that no one else could. Your mom's Kelly, isn't she?" "So if I'm your son," Mark whispered. "And you're really alive, why the hell have you been stuck here for so many years? Or have you gone crazy too and become one of them?" "I haven't gone mad." James was so thin that his eyes seemed to have sunken deep. "It was just that they needed me alive then, to keep me with them. And they made it clear to me that if I didn't agree, the people closest to me would suffer. Sooner or later they would have found out about your mom and got to her. So what did you do with them?" "I treated them. I needed that kind of help here too. They also demanded to tell them everything I know about psyche hypothesis, about human superpowers. They hoped that I would teach them to be like myself, to develop the same abilities in them." And what happened? It sounded venomous, but James only grinned faintly. "You know better than anyone that you're born with this gift, and it doesn't come from a black master. After all these years, you couldn't escape? There are guys here with a very unhappy and broken fate. Maybe it was pity that kept me here for a long time, but I tried to escape once. So, failed, caught, beaten up, and I was tracked for a long time. You decided to stay with them, even after they'd killed your friend?" Arseny shuddered and said quietly, "They didn't literally kill him. They wanted him to go with them, to live here. They showed him me on the phone, beaten up, while I was lying in a blackout. Anyway, he couldn't take it." I don't know the details. It must have been the heart. Who's in charge? He didn't introduce himself. I won't tell you his real name. They call him Karacourt here. He's completely mentally ill. He'd have to be on heavy medication, but that's why. Because of his weirdness, he's considered second to God. I mean, after the devil. What about you? James apparently wanted to ask what had brought Mark here, but his son beat him to it. So it's this Karacourt who's going to sacrifice Mia, the daughter of your best mate, tonight. Why don't you give him the knife? Will you hold a torch to the fire? James flinched, and Mark realized he didn't know who Mia was. Go over there, further into the woods, James said. There's some sort of hunting lodge there, and wait. I don't know how long, maybe a long time, but I'll get her there for you. Why should I believe you? Mark asked. Arseny was silent for a few moments, then said sadly, what else can you do? Mark found the hunting lodge without difficulty, a small, old log cabin, where the two of them would have been cramped. No one had lived here for a long time, and it smelled rotten and damp inside. He let Hertha run round the neighborhood, and the sheepdog found a barely visible stream, from which they drank with pleasure, first the dog, then the master. The day was already drawing towards evening. There was still nothing to think of contacting the larger world, and Mark's spirits grew heavier and heavier. It was unlikely that Mia would be kept here for 2 whole nights. Most likely, everything would be resolved in a few hours. It would be much easier for them to drop off a body burnt beyond recognition than to hide a live girl, who of course would be searched for. Her mother would bring everyone to their feet, but now everything depended on one man, on Arseny, and he didn't seem quite normal to Mark either. How could one live for years among these ghouls and keep his sanity? Gerda was the first to hear the approach of the strangers. She jumped up, frozen like a statue. Mark put his palm on her withers. Quiet. He didn't want the dog to give them both away by barking or whimpering. James led Mia in front of him. She was barely walking. He was supporting her by the shoulder, and she too was wearing some kind of gray robe. The girl was unlike her self-tangled hair, a blank stare. What's wrong with her? Mark intercepted Mia. She's just been drugged. Can you smell it? And a bit of dope. She's been told she's going to be killed anyway, and this will make it easier for her to accept the inevitable. Now, get her in as fast as you can. But how will she walk in that condition? Mark asked, almost desperately. It's a long way. No one will chase you for a while. I promise. Stay close to the river, and as soon as you get a connection, call for help. Maybe they'll intercept you halfway down. What about you? If there's a willing victim, it's their favorite, James said nonchalantly, and before Mark could say anything, he was gone, disappearing into the fading twilight. One thing was certain: over the years, even in this monstrous environment, he'd had those who were indebted to him, whose favor he'd won and who felt affection for him. It was because of this that he had now succeeded in getting Mia out. He sat alone until late in the evening, in the very cave where the condemned had spent their last hours, praying to himself that his son and his mate would reach the humans safely. Occasionally he sipped from a jug of the wine that was generously served to the prisoners. Better to let them go to the altar like somnambulas than to drag them screaming like pigs. James didn't think about himself. To be honest, he didn't want to live either. His body had survived, but his soul had been burned almost to the ground. A willing sacrifice in the eyes of the other members of the cult that justified everything. James knew that Karacourt would go ballistic. That was what happened when James was eventually brought to him. The ringleader didn't grovel to the caves. He was the only one here who had a dwelling. Psychiatry was the subject James had been worst at the Institute. But looking into those eyes, black and seemingly pupilless, and watching this extremely pale man swallow saliva that dripped down his chin, James had no doubt that he belonged in the ward behind the iron door with the bars on the window. You let her go so they could find their way to us and wipe us all out. Ends in the water. The river's close by. Consider me sorry for the girl. It's better than what you were going to do to her. James said. You took her from us. If his voice softened, it was only a little. I'll replace her. James reached out his hand towards the ajar door, and someone put a torch in it. He knew who it was: Sophia, the girl who had come to the cult last. She still couldn't get used to it. Everything longed for her mother. James raised the torch, illuminating the hut, where a single candle still burned and darkness crowded the corners. Now it was spellbound brightly. All that scary tinsel animal skins, rat skulls, acculturation books, all those black candles. The other boys still had a chance to get out. James had told his son the truth. There wasn't a person here who hadn't been broken by life one way or another. But there was only one crazy person here. You and I would make excellent victims, he said almost affectionately to the madman. James knew what was happening this minute, Sophia locking the door from the outside. Who, us? It would have been clear to anyone long ago. Caracourt still didn't understand. You and me, James explained to him. Your master has been waiting for you for a long time. He ran his hand along the walls. Old wood, how glorious it will burn. But it doesn't work like that. It's not time for me to go to the bonfire yet. The Caracourt's voice was already hysterical. James tried the torch on the towel over there, or on the robe hanging on the nail. The Caracourt rushed to the door, but James blocked his way. At first he thought it was sparks spraying from his eyes, but then he saw something out the window he'd never seen here before, the flashing beacons on police cars. Caracourt was beating on the locked door with both palms and screaming. James, on the other hand, stood with his torch down, barely able to keep his feet. He closed his eyes, relief making him want to cry.